Welcome back to Hollow Midnight, where we embrace the soothing lull of the profoundly unexciting. If you find yourself frequently visited by the sleepless specter of the night, perhaps a quiet subscription to our channel might just be the gentle, persistent whisper you need. We delve into the forgotten minutiae of existence, the glorious tedium of history, and the quiet despair of architectural choices made centuries ago. Tonight, we embark on a journey not across distant lands, but upwards, ever upwards, into the heart of a medieval fortress, a journey that might very well leave your phantom calves aching and your phantom breath ragged. We are here to ponder the peculiar case of the medieval castle staircase, a marvel of defensive engineering and a nightmare of daily locomotion. Chapter 1. The staircase that never ends. Imagine, if you will, the deep, impenetrable blackness of a medieval castle at 3 o'clock in the morning. Not the kind of romantic, moonlit darkness you might find painted on a canvas, but the true, absolute absence of light that only pre-electric eras could truly deliver. The kind of dark that feels less like a color and more like a physical weight pressing against your eyeballs. You, my dear restless listener, are not comfortably tucked in your modern bed, surrounded by soft fabrics and the reassuring glow of a digital clock. Oh no. You are there in the damp, unforgiving stone bowels of a keep, roused from a fitful slumber by some urgent, yet probably entirely mundane, summons. Perhaps the Lord requires another tankard of watered-down ale. Perhaps a guard heard a mouse sneeze. Or perhaps, most likely, your bladder has simply decided that now, this precise moment, is the ideal time for an excursion to the privy, which, naturally, is located approximately 3 floors down, or 5 floors up, depending on the castle's eccentric layout, and your particular place within its vast, cold labyrinth. And so, you begin your ascent, or descent, into the architectural purgatory that is the medieval spiral staircase. It is not a broad, welcoming staircase, like those grand, sweeping affairs designed for debutantes and ball gowns. No, this is a utilitarian, stone corkscrew, narrow and relentless. Each step is a wedge, wider on one side, narrower on the other, designed with a cruel ingenuity that seems almost maliciously calibrated to trip the unwary, or more accurately, the half-awake. Your hand, already accustomed to the smooth, cold grit of the central newel, finds its familiar purchase. The newel, that massive stone pillar around which the entire staircase winds, is both your guide and your tormentor. It offers a steadying presence, yes, but it also dictates the dizzying, clockwise or counterclockwise spin of your ascent. The initial steps are always the easiest, a false sense of security. You're still riding the gentle wave of residual sleep, perhaps still dreaming of something pleasant, like a perfectly ripe apple or a brief moment of quiet solitude. But then, the dream fades, replaced by the stark, chilly reality of stone, damp air, and the increasingly insistent thud of your own boots. The sound reverberates, bouncing off the curving walls, amplifying the maddening repetition. There's a peculiar echo here, a phantom companion to your lonely journey. Each footfall seems to mimic itself, creating an auditory illusion of someone else climbing just behind you, or perhaps just ahead, forever out of reach. It's unsettling yet utterly predictable, like a slow, stone-cold heartbeat. The psychological toll begins to mount around the 10th step. Your eyes, straining in the meager light cast by the occasional widely spaced arrow slit, assuming it's daytime, which it isn't, it's 3 a.m., remember, or the even feebler, flickering glow of a single tallow candle held precariously in your other hand, start to play tricks. The curving walls seem to lean in, then recede, then lean in again. The wedge-shaped steps, each slightly different from the last, due to the charmingly imperfect craftsmanship of centuries past, demand your full sleep-deprived attention. You must place your foot carefully, finding the widest part of the tread, lest your ankle betray you and send you tumbling back down into the echoing abyss from whence you came. It's a game of perpetual, low-stakes vigilance, and at 3 a.m., vigilance is a finite resource rapidly depleting. As you continue upwards or downwards, the air grows colder or damper depending on the castle's ventilation whims. A persistent draft snakes its way through the narrow gaps in the stone, raising goosebumps on your exposed skin. Perhaps it carries the faint scent of stale rushes, or last night's roasted mutton, or simply the ancient mineral tang of old stone. Each breath you take feels heavier, each exhalation a little more labored. The spiral tightens its grip, disorienting you further. Are you going up? Down? Left? Right? The constant turning strips away any intuitive sense of direction. You could be spiraling into the Earth's core or ascending to the heavens, and frankly, at this point, you wouldn't much care as long as it ended. The medieval architect, in their infinite wisdom, designed these staircases not for comfort but for defense. The narrowness, the tight turns, the predominantly clockwise, for right-handed defenders, spiral that placed attackers at a disadvantage, forcing them to fight with their sword arms pressed against the central column while defenders had clear swinging room, all brilliant strategic decisions. For those living within the castle walls, however, these brilliant strategic decisions translated into a daily, exhausting exercise regime. No morning run needed when fetching water for the Lord's bath required a 200-step vertical trek. No need for a gym membership when simply getting to the ramparts for your watch shift felt like climbing Mount Olympus on your hands and knees. And this is the irony, isn't it? The very feature that made a castle impregnable from the outside made life utterly miserable on the inside. Every movement, every errand, every simple act of existing within those formidable walls was punctuated by the relentless tyranny of the staircase. Think of the scullery maid, already exhausted from hours of scrubbing pots, being sent up 3 flights to deliver a message. Imagine the knight, armored and weary from training, having to ascend to his bedchamber, each step a testament to the weight of his mail, and the burden of his existence. Even the Lord, with all his power and privilege, was not immune. The call of nature, the desire for a midnight snack, the sudden, inexplicable urge to check if the cook had indeed locked the larder door, all necessitated a grim, vertical pilgrimage. The steps themselves become characters in this dreary drama. Some are worn smooth in the center, hollowed out by centuries of foot traffic, a testament to the countless lives that traverse this exact path. Others are chipped at the edges, remnants of forgotten battles or perhaps just clumsy servants. The lack of uniformity adds another layer of subtle torture. You can't simply fall into a rhythm, relying on muscle memory. No, each step demands your individual assessment, your personalized calculation of optimal foot placement. It's like a perpetually unfinished puzzle, where the pieces are always slightly off. The silence of the castle at 3 a.m., broken only by your own strained breathing and the thud-thud, allows your mind to wander into strange, unproductive territories. You might contemplate the profound meaning of a single stone step. You might consider the sheer volume of human effort that went into quarrying, shaping, and positioning each one. You might even, in your delirium, start counting the steps, only to lose count somewhere around the 47th bend, forcing you to start again from zero, a tiny personal hell within the larger, colder one. The number of steps seems to expand and contract, defying logic. One moment you feel you're nearing the top. The next, an identical stretch of stone seems to mock your progress. There's a certain kind of existential dread that creeps in when confronted with such mundane, yet relentless, physical exertion in the dead of night. It's not the fear of ghosts or monsters. It's the fear of the staircase itself. The fear that it will never end. The fear that you are destined to climb or descend forever. A Sisyphean punishment rendered in cold, hard stone. Your knees ache with a dull, persistent throb. Your calves feel like taut ropes, threatening to cramp with every lift. And the air, which once seemed merely cold, now feels thin, as if you're ascending to an altitude far beyond the castle's actual height. Perhaps it's just the effort, making your lungs burn. And then, just when despair threatens to settle in like a permanent resident, a sliver of faint, gray light might appear from a higher arrow slit, signaling the approach of dawn, or perhaps merely the entrance to another, equally dark, corridor. Or perhaps you simply reach your destination, another cold, uninviting door, identical to the last 10 you passed. The brief relief of having finished a segment of the climb is immediately replaced by the knowledge that you will inevitably have to do it all again. And again. And again. Such was life in a medieval castle, where the architecture itself seemed designed not just to repel invaders, but to thoroughly exhaust its inhabitants, ensuring that even the most spirited among them would, at 3 a.m., weep softly into their candle flame as they contemplated the staircase that never truly ended. And this, my friends, is only the beginning of our vertical journey through the unglamorous realities of medieval castle life. Chapter 2. Architects of Misery. Having traversed, or at least imagined traversing, the endless stone helix of the medieval castle, we are left to ponder the minds that conceived such a delightful torment. Who were these masterminds of vertical anguish? Were they architectural geniuses, brilliant strategists whose blueprints were strokes of pure defensive mastery? Or were they perhaps simply deeply misanthropic individuals, architects of misery, who secretly relished the idea of thousands of future souls grumbling their way up and down their labyrinthine creations at ungodly hours? The truth, as it often is with history, is a peculiar blend of pragmatic brilliance and utter indifference to anything resembling comfort. Imagine, if you will, Master Elara, or perhaps Sir Godfrey the stonemason, hunched over a parchment scroll, a quill scratching across the vellum, outlining the precise dimensions of a new keep's central stairwell. He wasn't thinking of the scullery maid with a bad knee trying to carry a bucket of slops down 5 flights in the dark. He certainly wasn't contemplating the poor knight, suddenly afflicted with dysentery, making a desperate sprint for the privy, mail chausses clanking with every treacherous step. No, Master Elara, or Sir Godfrey, was thinking of a different kind of foot traffic entirely. Invaders. Specifically, invaders clad in heavy armor, wielding broadswords attempting to storm the heart of the fortress. The primary, indeed almost exclusive, driving force behind the medieval spiral staircase design was defense. And in this regard, the architects were undeniably geniuses. Let us examine their cunning. Most, though not all, castle staircases spiral clockwise as you ascend. This seemingly innocuous detail is, in fact, a stroke of tactical brilliance for a right-handed attacker. Typically advancing upwards, this clockwise spiral forces them to fight with their sword arm pressed against the central newel, severely restricting their range of movement and their ability to deliver a full, powerful swing. Conversely, a right-handed defender positioned higher up would have their sword arm free, unencumbered by the wall, able to deliver sweeping, unhindered blows downwards. It was a subtle yet devastating advantage in close-quarters combat. An invading force, funneled into this narrow, turning bottleneck, became a literal target practice for the castle garrison above. Imagine trying to fight uphill, your dominant arm pinned, while your opponent rained down blows from a position of relative freedom. It was less a fair fight, and more a prolonged, agonizing slaughter. The narrowness of these staircases was another deliberate design choice. It wasn't merely a space-saving measure. It prevented attackers from advancing in a broad formation, forcing them into single file, or, at best, two abreast. This drastically limited their numbers in any given engagement, negating the advantage of numerical superiority that an invading army might possess outside the castle walls. It created a series of easily defensible choke points, turning each landing, each turn, into a miniature battleground where a handful of determined defenders could hold off a much larger force. The walls, thick and unyielding, offered no quarter, no room for maneuver. It was a stone gauntlet, designed to break spirits as well as bodies. And what of those irregular, wedge-shaped steps, the bane of our phantom 3 a.m. journey? While some irregularity might be attributed to the imprecise nature of medieval stonework, many sources suggest a degree of intentionality. A uniform step allows an attacker to fall into a rhythm, to predict their foot placement, even in the chaos of battle. An uneven, constantly varying step forces, constant recalculation, disrupts balance, and increases the likelihood of a stumble or a fall. Add to this the dim, smoke-filled, or utterly black conditions during a siege, and you have a recipe for utter disarray among the attackers. It was a psychological weapon, preying on the very human need for stable footing. Each step was a tiny, insidious trap, waiting to catch the unwary or the exhausted. The lighting, or rather the lack thereof, within these stairwells was also a function of defense. Arrow slits, those narrow vertical apertures, were designed to allow archers to fire outwards, not to illuminate the interior with cheerful sunlight. Their placement was strategic for defense, often offering a limited view of the outside world, but doing little to dispel the gloom within the stairwell itself. During a siege, or indeed, during any dark medieval night, these shafts of light would be minimal, if present at all, leaving the inhabitants to navigate by memory, by feel, or by the meager, flickering glow of a tallow lamp, which, as we established, was a treacherous companion on such a climb. The architects saw no need for grand windows or illuminating features in a space intended primarily for strategic movement and defense. Aesthetics and comfort were, quite simply, irrelevant. Indeed, the master masons and architects of the medieval era were less concerned with the daily convenience of those who resided within their creations, and far more preoccupied with the existential threat posed by those who wished to breach them. Their genius lay in transforming every element of the castle, down to its most mundane features, into a defensive asset. A staircase was not merely a means of vertical transportation. It was a killing zone, a choke point, a physical and psychological barrier. The central newel, solid and unforgiving, was not just a structural support. It was a shield for defenders and an impediment for attackers. Every curve, every step, every dimly lit corner had a purpose, strategic intent. This focus on external threat, rather than internal comfort, tells us a great deal about the priorities of the time. Life in a medieval castle, even for its lord, was not one of luxurious ease. It was a harsh, communal existence, constantly under the shadow of potential conflict. Comfort was a rare luxury and certainly not something to be prioritized in the very fabric of the building itself. The castle was a machine for war, a formidable shell designed to protect its contents. If that shell made life slightly, or as we've explored, incredibly, inconvenient for its inhabitants, then so be it. It was a necessary trade-off for survival. So, were they sadistic? Perhaps not in the malicious, gleeful sense. Their sadism was born of a profound practicality, a deep understanding of siege warfare, and an unwavering commitment to the safety of their patrons. They were pragmatists, engineers of survival, for whom the daily aches and frustrations of the castle's residents were utterly negligible compared to the alternative. A breached wall, a fallen keep, and in the very real horrors of a successful invasion. The designers of these staircases didn't set out to make people cry at 3 a.m. They merely built what was necessary to ensure that those people would still dare to cry at 3 a.m. It was a dark, dry humor embedded in the very stone. You may ache and stumble, but you will live another day to do so. And that, for a medieval architect, was the greatest triumph of all. Their monuments stand as testaments not just to power and defense, but to the enduring misery of vertical movement in an age before lifts and elevators, a cold, hard reminder that survival often comes at the expense of a good night's sleep. Chapter 3. The right-handed advantage. We have established the torturous nature of the medieval castle staircase for anyone at any hour, but especially for the sleep-deprived soul at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, let us peel back another layer of this architectural onion, a layer that reveals a clever, almost devious secret embedded in the very DNA of these stone spirals. The profound bias towards the right-handed is a detail that might seem minor to our modern minds, accustomed to universal design and the bland neutrality of escalators, but to a medieval warrior, it was the difference between life and a swift, albeit painful, descent into oblivion. The question is, were the architects merely calculating, or did they harbor a subtle, almost academic, disdain for southpaws, and indeed, anyone unfortunate enough to be attacking their meticulously crafted death trap? Picture, if you dare, the scenario that justified such cunning design. The castle has been breached. Not the outer walls, perhaps, but the bailey has fallen. And now the attackers, a surging tide of steel and fury, are attempting to take the central keep, the ultimate stronghold. Their only path upwards, into the heart of the Lord's sanctuary, is this very spiral staircase we've been so intimately contemplating. The air is thick with the clang of steel, the shouts of men, and the terrifying echo of boots on stone, a far more urgent thud than your midnight potty run. Most medieval castle staircases, you see, ascend in a clockwise spiral. Imagine yourself, then, as a right-handed attacker, your broadsword, or perhaps a heavy axe, gripped firmly in your dominant hand. As you push upwards, step by agonizing step, pressing against the resistance of the defenders above, you find your sword arm, your powerful swinging arm, constantly bumping and scraping against the central newel, that massive, unyielding stone pillar around which the entire staircase winds. This isn't a minor inconvenience, it's a crippling handicap. You cannot achieve a full arcing swing, the kind that delivers a crushing blow. Your movements are restricted, truncated, reduced to awkward jabs or backhand attempts that lack power and precision. The newel becomes less a structural element and more a silent, stone accomplice to your demise. It constricts your reach, hampers your balance, and transforms your primary weapon into little more than a cumbersome stick. Now, consider the right-handed defender, positioned perhaps just above you, or strategically placed at a landing further up. Their sword arm, their potent right arm, is facing the open, wider part of the stairwell. There's no newel to impede their swing. They can unleash full, sweeping blows, downward strikes that gain momentum from gravity, raining devastation upon the constrained attackers below. They have a clear arc of movement, unencumbered by stone or cramped space. Their footing, too, is slightly more advantageous, as they can brace themselves against the inner wall or position their body more effectively to deliver a blow. The very architecture, designed by centuries of trial and error in the crucible of warfare, is literally on their side. This wasn't an accidental feature, a mere quirk of construction. This was purposeful, strategic brilliance. The vast majority of medieval warriors, like the general population, were right-handed. Training for combat overwhelmingly focused on developing right-handed prowess. A left-handed warrior was a rarity, often viewed with suspicion or, at best, tolerated as an oddity. Therefore, designing a staircase that fundamentally disadvantaged the right-handed assailant was a stroke of genius, turning the castle's interior into a gauntlet specifically tailored to exploit the attacker's physical norms. It was a preemptive disarming, an architectural ambush long before any actual combat began. Imagine the frustration, the sheer maddening impotence of an attacker attempting to fight their way up. Every time they try to generate power, their arm grinds against the cold, hard stone. Every attempted thrust is awkward, every parry constrained. They are not just fighting the defenders, they are fighting the very structure of the castle itself. The narrowness, which we discussed earlier, exacerbates this problem. Only one or two attackers can ascend abreast, meaning that the full might of their numbers cannot be brought to bear. They are fed, one or two at a time, into a meat grinder, where the defenders, unhampered and refreshed, could systematically dispatch them. And what of the rare left-handed attacker? For them, theoretically, the clockwise spiral would offer a slight advantage, freeing their dominant arm. But such individuals were few, and their training often adapted to a right-handed world, making their natural advantage perhaps less pronounced. Moreover, castle builders rarely cater to such exceptions. There are indeed a handful of castles with counterclockwise staircases, often attributed to a left-handed lore or a very specific defensive requirement. But these are the historical anomalies, the delightful exceptions that prove the rule of right-handed dominance in medieval military architecture. They are the unicorns of the vertical world. Beyond the physical mechanics of swordplay, the psychological toll on the attacking force would be immense. To be constantly thwarted by the very walls, to feel your strength sapped not just by the ascent but by the infuriating restriction of your primary weapon, would be deeply demoralizing. Each turn, each new step would be a fresh reminder of your disadvantage, a tangible manifestation of the castle's impregnability. It was a mind game played in stone, an architectural whisper that screamed, "You cannot win here." The sheer futility of the effort, compounded by the constant risk of stumbling on the uneven, wedge-shaped steps, would break even the most hardened warrior spirit long before they reached the Lord's chamber. So, when we return to our forlorn soul climbing the stairs at 3 a.m., whether for a midnight snack or a desperate dash to the privy, this historical context adds a layer of dry, almost academic, humor to their plight. Their right hand, perhaps idly trailing along the newel for balance, is unconsciously mimicking the desperate, restricted movements of a medieval attacker. Every awkward turn, every slight scrape of knuckles on stone, is a faint echo of centuries of thwarted invasions. The mundane inconvenience of our phantom castle dweller is, in fact, the lingering ghost of a brilliant tactical design. The architects, in their pragmatic wisdom, weren't necessarily pondering the plight of the castle's residents, or even the handedness of their eventual occupants. They were problem solvers, and the problem was siege warfare. Their solution was an elegant, if brutal, system that turned every inch of the castle into a defensive asset. The right-handed advantage was not a nicety, it was a cold, hard calculation based on overwhelming demographic realities and the brutal efficiency required to repel an invading army. It meant that even a tiny garrison, well-trained and strategically positioned, could hold off a vastly superior force for a significant amount of time, wearing them down, one awkward, sword-scraping step at a time. And this, my dear restless listeners, is why those spiral staircases were so effective, so essential, and so utterly exhausting. They were not designed for comfort, nor for easy daily living. They were designed for survival, for the grim, relentless business of war, and they succeeded admirably. They forced a medieval attacker to reconsider their life choices, step by agonizing step, perhaps even making them wish they had been born left-handed, a truly desperate thought in a right-handed world. Their cunning continues to confound even the most seasoned historian, or indeed the most imaginary sleepwalker, as they ponder the enduring misery engineered into the very heart of these ancient fortresses. The staircase, it turns out, was not just a means to an end, but an end in itself for many who dared to ascend it with hostile intent. Chapter 4. Midnight stumbles and curses, having explored the dizzying, endless nature of medieval staircases and the cunning, almost devious minds that conceived them. Minds so singularly focused on defense that they left little room for creature comforts. Let us now descend, or perhaps ascend, into the very specific, bone-wearying experience of navigating these architectural nightmares as an ordinary soul. At the Lord and his strategic concerns, or the knight and his armored aspirations. Tonight, our phantom companion is Ilara, a scullery maid, or perhaps Thomas, a stable boy, or maybe even Agnes, the chamberlain's weary assistant. They are not heroes of legend, nor master strategists. They are merely people, utterly exhausted by the demands of their day, roused from a precious shallow sleep in the deep cold heart of the castle. And it is, of course, 3 o'clock in the morning. Ilara had been dreaming, a rare fleeting moment of peace where the perpetually damp chill of the castle was replaced by the warmth of a summer meadow, a sun-drenched memory from a childhood long past. But the dream, like all good things in the castle, was abruptly shattered. A sharp, insistent rap on the door, followed by a muffled, yet unmistakably urgent whisper from the guard. "Ilara, the mistress requires hot water, now." The command hung in the air, heavy and unavoidable. Hot water. At this hour. For what purpose? Ilara dared not contemplate. Perhaps a sudden chill, a minor ailment, or simply the capricious whim of a noblewoman accustomed to instant gratification. Regardless of the sun's position, a sigh, so deep it seemed to draw the last vestiges of warmth from her very bones, escaped her lips. The straw mattress offered little comfort, yet it was home, and the thought of leaving its flimsy embrace for the bitter cold of the corridor sent a shiver through her. But a command was a command. Slowly, painfully, she unfolded her tired limbs. Her muscles, stiff from a day spent scrubbing pots and hauling buckets, protested with dull aches. The darkness in her small, cramped chamber was absolute, a thick, suffocating blanket that pressed against her eyes. She fumbled for her wooden clogs, her fingers brushing against the cold, uneven stone floor. Once on her feet, the familiar scent of stale rushes and damp earth filled her nostrils, a constant companion in this ancient fortress. Her first task was to secure a light. A precious, flickering candle stub, kept carefully in a shallow niche near her bed, was her only hope. She struck flint against steel, the brief spark illuminating the rough, calloused skin of her hands before the wick grudgingly caught, sputtering into a tiny, fragile flame. When the pistis in hand was molded with button combat car, what fragile flame? The shadow it cast danced wildly, transforming the familiar walls of her room into shifting, monstrous shape. This meager light, less a beacon and more a mocking suggestion of illumination, was her sole guide for the journey ahead. In her other hand she clutched a small, surprisingly heavy copper pot. The walk to the kitchen, then to the well, then back to the kitchen to heat the water, and finally the arduous climb to the mistress's chamber, was a multi-stage pilgrimage of pure, unadulterated drudgery. The door creaked open, exhaling a gust of frigid air from the corridor. The main passage was even darker than her room, the candle flame shrinking, seemingly intimidated by the vast, oppressive gloom. Her breath plumed in the cold. Her destination, the kitchen, lay a floor below. Her instincts, honed by years of navigating the stone labyrinth, guided her towards the first spiral staircase. This was not the grand main stair, but a narrow utilitarian twist of stone tucked away in a lesser-used tower. It was precisely the kind of staircase we have so lovingly deconstructed, clockwise, narrow, uneven, and utterly unforgiving. Her foot found the first step, the familiar wedge shape requiring an immediate, unconscious adjustment. And Dobbs. The sound was swallowed by the thick stone walls, yet it felt thunderous in the oppressive silence. Her free hand rose, seeking the cold, smooth grit of the central newel, her constant companion, and sometimes her only true friend on these nocturnal voyages. The newel was polished by countless hands, yet still retained a faint mineral grittiness. Her fingers, accustomed to its circumference, gripped it like a lifeline. Down she went. Each step was a gamble. The light from her candle, held low, illuminated only the immediate 2 or 3 steps before her, leaving the rest of the well in impenetrable darkness. The irregular depth and width of the steps, a charming feature of medieval craftsmanship for daylight, became a devilish trap in the pitch black. One step was too shallow, forcing her to shorten her stride. The next, surprisingly deep, threatened to throw her off balance. She felt her ankle wobble, a faint groan escaping her lips. "Curse these stones," she muttered under her breath, a whispered anathema echoing weakly in the confined space. The cold seemed to seep into her very bones, rising from the earth itself. It was the kind of cold that bit, that made her teeth ache. Her simple woolen gown offered little protection. She wrapped her free arm around herself, trying to retain some semblance of warmth, but it was a futile effort. The air in the stairwell was stagnant, yet somehow permeated with the faint, lingering odors of the castle's life. A hint of ashes from the hearth, a ghost of a roasted meal from hours past, the omnipresent scent of damp stone and something vaguely earthy, perhaps from the ground floor where the cellar met the earth. Midway down, her foot caught. Not a full trip, but a jarring stumble. Her copper pot clanged against the stone newel, the sound echoing sharply, too loud, too sudden in the quiet. Her heart leaped into her throat. She recovered, clutching the newel tighter, her knuckles white. She leaned against the cold stone for a moment, waiting for the frantic thumping of her heart to subside. That was the thing about these stairs in the dark. It wasn't just the physical challenge. It was the constant, low-level anxiety, the fear of falling, of breaking a leg, of spilling whatever precious commodity she was carrying. And then the shame of being discovered, of having to explain her clumsiness. A servant could ill afford such mishaps. She remembered vividly old Thomas, the stable boy, who had once broken his arm falling down these very stairs. He had been carrying a bucket of feed and in the darkness missed a step, tumbling several turns before someone heard his cries. He had been useless for weeks, his recovery slow and painful, and had been lucky to keep his place in the castle at all. The memory, a chilling cautionary tale, fueled Ilara's renewed caution. Every step now was deliberate, agonizingly slow. Her eyes strained, attempting to pierce the gloom, but the candlelight simply danced away from her gaze, highlighting only the treacherous immediate foreground. The spiral itself was disorienting. After a dozen turns, she had no real sense of direction, only a vague awareness of downwards. Her equilibrium felt skewed, as if the world were a slowly spinning top. She found herself leaning into the newel, letting it guide her, relying on touch more than sight. It was a blind descent, a surrender to the stone. Her calves, already weary, began to protest, a dull ache spreading from her ankles to her knees. Each thud of her clogs felt heavier, each turn more monotonous. A sudden draft snaked through a narrow arrow slit, making her candle flame flicker violently, almost extinguishing it. She cupped her hand around it, cursing softly. "By the saints," she whispered, "could a body not walk in peace?" The thought of being plunged into complete, absolute blackness on these steps was terrifying. It was a darkness so profound that it erased the difference between open space and solid wall, a darkness that swallowed sound and made even the most familiar path a terrifying unknown. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her foot found the level ground of the kitchen corridor. The relief was palpable, a tiny burst of warmth in the cold. She leaned against the wall, catching her breath, her hand still pressed to her pounding chest. The kitchen was a vast, cold cavern at this hour, filled with the ghosts of yesterday's meals and the promise of tomorrow's chores. The journey was only half complete. She had to fetch water from the well, heat it over the dormant embers, and then, the true test of endurance, ascend the main tower staircase, a far grander but equally relentless spiral, all the way to the mistress's high chamber. The thought alone was exhausting. As she walked across the kitchen floor, the copper pot now swinging gently at her side, she felt a profound weariness settle into her bones, a weariness that transcended mere physical fatigue. It was the weariness of constant vigilance, of perpetual cold, of navigating a world not designed for ease or comfort. It was the weariness of living within an architectural marvel that was, for its inhabitants, a daily, monotonous trial. Each step she took towards the well, and then towards the formidable spiral leading upwards, was a step taken in defiance of her aching body and sleep-deprived mind. The architect, long dead and buried, had surely never contemplated the plight of Ilara, the scullery maid. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he had designed for invaders, for Zegas, for the grand sweep of history and warfare. He had not designed for the quiet misery of a servant, stumbling in the dark, cursing under her breath, wishing for nothing more than a few more hours of undisturbed sleep, and a staircase that simply went straight, for once without turning, without tripping, without demanding so much effort for so little reward. And as she began the ascent on the next great spiral, the rhythmic thud of her clogs echoing the tireless beat of the castle itself, she knew this was a journey she would make again, and again, and again, and again, until her own body was as worn and grooved as the ancient steps themselves. Such was the daily reality, the quiet, mundane suffering inside the formidable, yet utterly unglamorous medieval castle. Chapter 5. The Myth of the Lazy Lord. We have, by now, thoroughly explored the relentless nature of medieval castle staircases, felt the phantom ache in our own calves from Ilara's imagined midnight pilgrimage, and begrudgingly acknowledged the cold, calculated genius of the architects who designed these vertical torments. But a persistent whisper lingers in the modern imagination, a comforting, if entirely inaccurate, notion. Surely the lord of the castle, the very pinnacle of the feudal hierarchy, would have been immune to such physical indignities. Surely he, with his vast power and his legion of servants, would have had everything brought to him, residing in a lofty chamber. A king of his stone mountain, never having to descend more than a few steps from his bed to his privy, and certainly never venturing into the dark, cold bowels of the keep at 3 o'clock in the morning? This, my dear, restless listeners, is a charming myth, a romantic fallacy, and one we shall now gently, yet firmly, dislodge from its comfortable perch. While it is true that a medieval lord or lady possessed the immense privilege of delegation, of commanding countless hands to perform tasks that would send common folk into paroxysms of exhaustion, the sheer, sprawling, multi-tiered reality of castle life meant that even the most indolent of nobles was not entirely exempt from the tyranny of the staircase. Castles, you see, were not compact bungalows. They were vertical cities, complex ecosystems of stone and timber, with distinct functions occupying distinct levels, often spread across multiple towers and interconnected by a bewildering array of passages and, inevitably, more staircases. Imagine the lord, perhaps a grizzled veteran of countless skirmishes, or a corpulent, gout-afflicted paterfamilias, roused from his slumber by the first faint stirrings of dawn, or perhaps, more realistically, by the sudden urgent demands of his digestive system. His bedchamber for security and privacy would almost invariably be located high up in the keep, perhaps several flights above the bustling great hall. His private solar, a smaller, more intimate room for study or contemplation, might be adjacent, but his privy, the most urgent destination at 3 a.m., was often a simple guard-robe chute built into the outer wall, accessible from a short passage or a few steps up or down from his main chamber, but certainly not always on the same level as the great hall or the kitchens. So, even for the most basic of human necessities, a lord might still find himself negotiating a short, but nonetheless disorienting, sequence of steps in the pre-dawn gloom. Then consider the daily rhythm of castle life. The lord could not simply remain a static figure in his bedchamber. He was the center of his world, the font of justice, the military commander, the administrator of his lands. His presence was required in the great hall for meals, a central communal space that, in most multi-story castles, was situated at least 1 or 2 flights below his private apartments. This meant a daily descent, and an equally necessary ascent, for breakfast, for dinner, and for any number of feasts or gatherings. While he wouldn't be carrying the roasted boar, the journey itself, especially if he was of advanced age or suffering from the common medieval maladies of overindulgence, would still be a noticeable exertion. Imagine the effort required simply to greet a visiting dignitary, escort them from the gatehouse up to the great hall, and then later, perhaps, further up to the lord's private solar for a more confidential discussion. Each movement, each social grace was punctuated by the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of stone steps. Furthermore, a lord was not just a figurehead. He was often a military man, responsible for the defense of his lands and his people. This meant regular inspections of the castle defenses, from the highest battlements to the deepest dungeons. From the armory to the guard posts, the lord was expected to survey his domain. The battlements, by definition, were at the very top of the castle, accessed by the steepest, most exposed staircases, often open to the elements. Imagine a cold, wind-whipped morning, and the lord, perhaps clad in a heavy cloak, ascending these exposed spirals to ensure his sentries were alert and his walls intact. This was not a task to be delegated. A lord's personal inspection carried weight, fostered discipline, and provided first-hand intelligence. To avoid it entirely would be to appear weak, disinterested, or worse yet, cowardly. And what of emergencies? A fire in the kitchens? A suspected breach of the outer wall? A sudden illness in the nursery? A crucial messenger arriving with news of a distant skirmish? Such events would demand the lord's immediate attention, requiring rapid movement across the castle's vertical expanse. There were no speaking tubes, no internal telephones. If the master of the keep needed to reach the captain of the guard, who was stationed in a tower on the opposite side of the inner bailey, some 60 feet below, it meant a swift, albeit arduous, journey down one spiral, across an open courtyard, and up another. The sheer physical exertion required to respond to a crisis, perhaps while still half-dressed and certainly half asleep, would quickly dispel any lingering notions of a lord's effortless existence. Even the simple act of religious observance was stair-bound. Many castles boasted a private chapel, often located on a specific floor, perhaps below the lord's chambers, or within a separate, dedicated tower. Attending daily mass, or simply offering private prayers, meant yet another negotiation with the stone steps. It wasn't merely a walk across a flat floor. It was a journey of elevation and descent, a literal ascent towards the heavens, and a return to earthly concerns. The myth of the lazy lord often stems from a modern projection of convenience onto a historical reality. We envision them languishing on chaise lounges, sipping fine wine, with a retinue of servants at their beck and call. While the wine and servants were certainly present, the chaise lounge was a later invention, and the overall physical demands of medieval life, even for the nobility, were far greater than we tend to appreciate. Their clothing was heavy, their castles drafty, their hygiene routines rudimentary, and their methods of vertical transport consisted entirely of their own two legs. Gout, a common affliction among the wealthy due to rich diets, would have made every single step a tiny, exquisite torture. An aging lord, his knees stiff from years in the saddle, and his joints inflamed by countless feasts, would know the true meaning of a staircase that never ends, perhaps even more intimately than the agile scullery maid, simply because his suffering was compounded by ailments of privilege. So, while Ilara the scullery maid might have cursed the stairs for the sheer volume of buckets she had to carry up and down them, the lord in his own way would have cursed them for the ceaseless demands of governance, the physical toll of leadership, and the relentless, often uncomfortable, reality of his own body. He might not have been carrying a heavy pot of water, but he was carrying the weight of his entire domain, a burden that, metaphorically speaking, added considerable gravity to every step. The architects, in their single-minded pursuit of defense, did not differentiate. They built the most effective military structures possible, and if that meant that every inhabitant, from the lowliest stable boy to the most powerful lord, had to engage in a daily, grueling workout regime simply to exist within its walls, then that was a tolerable, indeed an unavoidable consequence. The castles were fortresses first and residences second, and the comfort of their inhabitants, regardless of rank, was a distant, almost frivolous consideration. So, the next time you find yourself imagining a medieval lord, picture him not merely commanding from on high, but occasionally, perhaps even frequently, grumbling his way up a dark, winding staircase, his noble brow furrowed not just by affairs of state, but by the subtle, persistent ache in his aging knees, a testament to the fact that in the medieval castle, no one, not even the lord, truly escaped the tyranny of the endless steps. Chapter 6. Stairs as psychological warfare. We have, in our nocturnal perambulations through the medieval castle, already touched upon the physical torment inflicted by its staircases upon all who dared to traverse them. We have seen the calculated genius of the architects, who, with chilling precision, crafted these spirals to be death traps for invaders and daily purgatories for residents. But the suffering extended far beyond aching calves and weary lungs. These stone hellices, in their very design and relentless uniformity, waged a subtle, insidious form of psychological warfare, chipping away at the morale of enemies, disorienting unwary guests, and slowly, irrevocably, grinding down the spirits of the castle's own beleaguered inhabitants, particularly when summoned in the dead of night. Imagine first the invading soldier, hot on the heels of his comrades, having finally breached the outer defenses. He is flushed with a temporary surge of adrenaline, perhaps a fleeting sense of triumph. But then he is funneled into the narrow maw of the main keep staircase. The air immediately changes, growing colder, denser, the light diminishing to a mere suggestion. The spiral begins, a relentless, turning ascent. His sword arm, as we discussed, is pinned, rendered awkward and impotent by the unforgiving Newell. But beyond the physical disadvantage, there is a deeper, more corrosive effect taking hold, the psychological dread of the unknown. Each turn is identical, yet each conceals a potential horror. Will there be defenders waiting just around the next bend, ready to rain down blows? Will the steps suddenly give way, or a hidden trap door open beneath his feet? The lack of straight lines, of clear sight lines, feeds paranoia. He is no longer fighting in an open field, where he can see his enemy and predict their movements. He is battling a blind, turning stone monster, a claustrophobic tunnel that feels as though it actively conspires against him. The echoes of his own heavy breathing, the clank of his armor, the frantic, muffled thud of his comrades ahead, amplify in the confined space, creating a cacophony of fear. The staircase is not just a physical barrier, it is a giant stone-lined whisper, telling him over and over that he is trapped, that escape is impossible, and that his efforts are futile. The endless turns distort his sense of time and distance, making the summit feel impossibly far, an unreachable horizon. Morale, that fragile thing, begins to fracture, step by agonizing step. It is demoralization by architecture, a silent, stony declaration of insurmountable superiority. Now, consider the unwitting guest, perhaps a messenger from a rival lord, or a merchant seeking favor, or even a diplomatic envoy, arriving at the castle gates, not with an army, but with a retinue and a scroll. They are granted entry, perhaps after a lengthy wait in the cold, and then led through a series of increasingly narrow, increasingly dark passages. And then the staircase, not the grand, welcoming entrance a modern palace might offer, but a utilitarian, defensive spiral. The ascent is immediate and jarring. The narrowness presses in. The turns disorient. The lack of light feels deliberate, a subtle power play. The guard leading them offers no cheerful banter, only the rhythmic thud of his own boots, a constant, low reminder of the castle's serious nature. The guest finds their breath growing short, their limbs aching, their minds subtly unsettled. They are being led deeper and deeper into the fortress, higher and higher, away from any easy escape. They are at the mercy of their hosts, in a space that seems designed to emphasize their vulnerability. Every turn is a fresh reminder of the castle's impregnability, its cold, unyielding power. They are being shown, without a single word, that this is a place of immense strength, where even a simple ascent is a challenge, where every architectural detail serves a higher, more formidable purpose than mere comfort. The psychological message is clear. This is a place where you are out of your element, where you are controlled, where your physical and mental capacities are subtly, but surely, undermined by the very structure that surrounds you. It's an unspoken threat, a silent boast of invincibility, etched into every stone step. But perhaps the most insidious psychological warfare waged by these staircases was upon the castle's own inhabitants, particularly at those ungodly hours when the castle slept, or pretended to. We return to our phantom companion, Elara, the scullery maid, at 3 a.m., staggering upwards with her precious pot of hot water. For her, the stairs are not a battleground for survival, nor a stage for diplomatic intimidation. They are simply life. And life, in a medieval castle, was a series of unending ascents and descents. The cumulative effect of this constant, grinding physical exertion, performed day in and day out, year after year, in cold, in damp, in darkness, began to wear not just on the body, but on the mind. The monotony itself became a psychological weapon. The repetition of steps, identical yet subtly different, could induce a trance-like state, a kind of walking meditation born of sheer exhaustion. In this state, the mind would drift, thoughts would become sluggish, perhaps even absurd. The constant turning would subtly disorient, eroding one's sense of spatial awareness and, over time, perhaps even one's sense of purpose. Why am I climbing? Where am I going? Does it even matter? Theirs became a metaphor for their lives. Endless, repetitive, physically demanding, leading only to another equally demanding task, with no discernible end in sight. The perpetual darkness, broken only by the meager, dancing flame of a tallow lamp, contributed significantly to this psychological toll. Humans crave light, crave clarity. The deep, oppressive gloom of the stairwells at night fostered a sense of isolation, of being utterly alone in the vast, cold heart of the stone leviathan. Sounds were amplified and distorted. The rustle of a gown, the distant creak of timbers, the scurry of a mouse, all became eerie and unsettling in the echoing darkness. It was a sensory deprivation chamber, a place where the mind had too much room to wander into uncomfortable territories. where anxieties could brew unmolested by the distractions of daylight. The lack of visual cues made the uneven steps even more treacherous, demanding a constant, low-level vigilance that further depleted already strained mental resources. This constant low-level stress, compounded by physical fatigue, could easily lead to irritability, a dull, persistent sense of weariness that permeated every waking moment. For the inhabitants, the stairs represented an inescapable reality. There was no avoiding them. Every aspect of castle life, from the lowliest chore to the most significant decree, was predicated on vertical movement. The very architecture, designed to protect them, simultaneously enslaved them to a life of physical toil. This unspoken contract between the defensive might of the castle and the ceaseless exertion it demanded was a powerful psychological force. It bred resignation, a quiet acceptance of hardship as the natural order of things. Who had the energy to question, to rebel, when every spare ounce of strength was expended simply in moving from one room to another? The stairs, in their quiet, relentless way, endured compliance through attrition. Even the Lord, as we've explored, was not immune. Though he might not carry water, his mind too would grapple with the sheer scale of the castle, the constant demands of his station, and the physical toll of navigating his own domain. His struggles might be different, the ache of gout, the weight of responsibility, but the fundamental experience of the endless climb, the disorienting turns, and the pervasive cold, would still chip away at his composure. The castle, in its defensive brilliance, cared little for the comfort of its master, only for his continued survival within its walls. The irony, of course, is that these architects, in their pursuit of ultimate defensive capability, inadvertently created a domestic environment that was a constant low-grade form of psychological torment. They built strength, security, and impenetrability, but at the cost of ease, comfort, and, perhaps most importantly, uninterrupted sleep for those who called the castle home. The endless staircases did not just deter invaders. They quietly, persistently broke the spirits of everyone else. They were monuments to necessity, to survival, but also to a profound and enduring form of physical and mental weariness, leaving everyone, from the desperate attacker to the sleepy scullery maid, to curse the architect's name under their breath at 3 o'clock in the morning. And as our phantom journey concludes, the ghostly ache in our own calves a silent testament, we understand that these steps were more than mere conduits. They were unyielding, spiraling instruments of wearying, sleep-depriving, psychological warfare, etched into the very heart of medieval life. Chapter 7. The chamber pot dilemma. Having climbed, stumbled, and psychologically waged war through the endless right-handed spirals of the medieval castle, and having debunked the fanciful notion of a lord immune to the architectural tyranny of his own domain, let us now descend, or perhaps ascend, into a realm of truly existential dread for the nighttime call of nature. Forget, for a moment, the clashing of swords, the roar of a trebuchet, or the terrifying sight of a scaling ladder against the walls. Those were grand, public terrors, moments of high drama and potential, albeit swift glory or demise. No, the true, quiet, soul-crushing horror of medieval castle life often manifested itself in the small hours, when the deepest recesses of the bladder announced their undeniable inconvenient demands. And one was faced with the ultimate choice, the chamber pot or the garderobe. And this choice, my dear restless listeners, was often a more terrifying prospect than any battle. Imagine, if you will, the profound, resonant silence of a medieval castle at 3 o'clock in the morning. It is not the silence of peace, but the silence of stone, cold and absolute, broken only by the occasional distant creak of ancient timbers, the scuttle of a determined rat in the walls, or most terrifyingly, the insistent internal whisper that signals the urgent need for relief. You are tucked, or rather, perhaps simply collapsed, onto a straw mattress or a meager pallet. Your body stiff from the day's ceaseless toil, your mind hovering precariously on the precipice of true slumber. And then it hits you. That undeniable pressure, that growing discomfort, that primal urge that transcends social status, military prowess or noble lineage. The bladder, that most impudent of organs, has decided to demand audience. Now, you have options. Let us consider them with the grim practicality of a medieval mind. Option 1. The seemingly convenient. The chamber pot. This humble earthenware vessel, often nestled discreetly beneath the bed or in a dark corner of the room, offered a tempting, immediate solution. No arduous journey through dark corridors. No treacherous descent of spiral stairs, no exposure to the biting cold. A quick, dignified, or as dignified as such an act can be in the middle of a freezing room. Moment of relief, and then back to the warmth, however meager, of your bed. But the chamber pot was a siren song with a vile hidden chorus. For while it solved the immediate problem, it created others, insidious and lingering. The odor, for one. Even a single night's accumulation, particularly in a small, unventilated room, would quickly transform the air from merely damp and musty to truly, undeniably offensive. Then there was the matter of disposal. That pot would not empty itself. Someone, usually the lowliest servant, would have the unenviable task of carrying its malodorous contents downstairs in the morning, navigating those same treacherous stairs, a precarious, splashing journey that required immense concentration and a strong stomach. Imagine Elara, our scullery maid, already burdened by the dawn's demands, now facing the added joy of emptying dozens of chamber pots before the Lord even stirred. The chamber pot, therefore, was a domestic bomb, diffused only by the endless, thankless labor of others, and its presence ensured that your sleeping quarters were never truly fresh or inviting. Thus, for many, the less immediate but arguably cleaner option was the garderobe. This ingenious, if somewhat rudimentary, medieval toilet was essentially a vertical shaft built into the castle wall, often protruding outwards like a small stone bay window, with a wooden seat over a hole that emptied directly into the moat, or less glamorously, into a cesspit at the base of the wall. It was the medieval equivalent of an outhouse, but indoors, and often several floors away. And herein lay the true dilemma, the nexus of horror and necessity. To reach the garderobe, particularly from an upper chamber or a distant guard post, meant confronting the castle's true antagonist, the staircase. Let us once again join our phantom, sleep-deprived castle dweller on this most ignominious of journeys. The internal alarm has sounded. The initial attempt to ignore it, to simply will the pressure away, has failed miserably. Resignation sets in, heavy and cold. The first movement from the straw mattress sends shivers up the spine. The air bites. The darkness is absolute, a palpable presence that feels heavier than any blanket. Fumbling for flint and steel, the hands clumsy with cold and fatigue, the tiny spark, the reluctant catch of the wick, the fragile, flickering glow of the tallow candle. It is a light that mocks, illuminating only the immediate few inches before one's face, leaving the rest of the vast, cold space in profound, unyielding shadow. Now, clutching the candle precariously, perhaps also clutching a strip of linen or a scrap of moss for the post-factum necessities, the journey begins. The corridor is a tunnel of gloom, the walls sweating with damp. The distant, barely discernible outline of the door to the staircase appears, a gateway to a purgatory of stone. Pushing it open, the cold air from the stairwell rushes out, biting deeper. The first step, a familiar wedge, demanding careful placement. The sound, amplified by the stone well, is a lonely echo, until dort. Du der. Each step a deliberate, agonizing effort. The spiral begins its relentless turn. Left, then left again, or perhaps right, depending on the castle's preferred method of disorienting its inhabitants. The central newel is cold, rough against the fingertips. The light from the candle, held low, casts wildly dancing shadows that transform the uneven walls into menacing, shifting forms. Every now and then, a faint, almost imperceptible current of air, carrying the faint, unmistakable odor from the shaft below, wafts upwards, a grim, olfactory promise of the destination. The steps are not uniform. We have discussed this before, but in this context, with the urgent internal pressure mounting, their charming medieval imperfections become a source of exquisite torture. One step is higher than expected, jarring the knee. The next, shallower, threatens a stumble. The mind, clouded by sleep and urgency, struggles to adapt to the constant variation. A near miss, a foot catching the edge, sends a jolt of adrenaline through the system, momentarily eclipsing the bladder's demands with the cold fear of a broken ankle. A fall on these stairs, in the dead of night, alone, would not only be painful, but potentially life-threatening in a pre-medical age. A broken limb could mean permanent disability, inability to work, and ultimately destitution or starvation. So, the stakes for a simple bathroom trip were surprisingly high. The turns compound the disorientation. Up, down, left, right. The castle, in its defensive brilliance, wants to confuse invaders, but it achieves a similar effect on its own exhausted inhabitants. One loses all sense of direction, relying solely on the constant pressure in the bladder and the vague hope that the spiral will eventually lead to the coveted wooden seat. The silence is profound, save for one's own ragged breathing and the thud of one's boots. A sudden, unidentifiable creak from deeper within the walls might send a shiver of superstitious dread through the weary soul. Was it just the ancient stone settling, or something else, something less corporeal, observing one's ignominious struggle? The imagination, unchained by the distractions of daylight, becomes a cruel tormentor. The cold, too, is a persistent enemy. It seeps into the bones, raising goosebumps, causing teeth to chatter. One clutches the meager candle, but there is no warmth to be found in its tiny flame, only the briefest, most localized illumination. The mind starts to wonder, contemplating the profound absurdity of the situation. To brave such an ordeal, to expend so much physical and mental energy merely to empty one's bladder. Surely, this was a punishment reserved for the damned, not for an honest, hard-working soul, merely seeking a moment of relief. And then, finally, a door. Or perhaps a simple alcove. The unmistakable, if faintly unpleasant, smell of the garderobe wafts out, a beacon in the gloom. The final few steps, sometimes even more treacherous, leading to the wooden seat. The brief, profound relief. The rush of cold air from the shaft below, perhaps a gust of wind, providing a moment of brisk if unappreciated ventilation. The sound of the deposit echoing down the shaft, a strange, lonely symphony in the heart of the stone beast. The return journey is, if anything, worse. The immediate urgency has passed, replaced by a lingering chill, and the profound weariness of having accomplished such a monumental task. The climb back up the spiral feels even longer, even more arduous. The same uneven steps, the same disorienting turns, the same oppressive darkness. The body, now slightly colder and fully awake, protests more vehemently. Every aching joint, every protesting muscle, cries out against the injustice. Compare this to a battle. A battle, while terrifying, was often swift. A moment of intense, concentrated fear and violence, followed by victory or defeat, by life or death. But this was a nightly, insidious war against one's own biology and the unyielding architecture. There was no glory in it, no heroic tale to tell, just the mundane, humiliating reality of a cold, dark, treacherous journey to relieve oneself, repeated endlessly, night after night for a lifetime. A knight who might face a charging enemy with valor might well whimper inwardly at the thought of a midnight journey to the privy, his bravery in the face of swords replaced by a profound reluctance to leave the relative warmth of his bed for the icy embrace of the spiral stair. The chamberlain who could command dozens with a word would find himself utterly at the mercy of his own bladder and the unforgiving stone. The medieval castle, in its admirable pursuit of impregnability, inadvertently turned one of life's most basic private functions into a recurring, physically demanding, and psychologically draining ordeal. The stairs, designed to break the spirits of invaders, proved equally adept at breaking the spirits of its residents, one desperate, stumbling, cursing step at a time. It was a silent, unsung misery, the kind that never made it into the epic poems or the courtly romances, but which shaped the daily reality of every single person living within those formidable walls. So, the next time you find yourself in the blessed comfort of your modern home, contemplating a brief, effortless trip to the bathroom in the middle of the night, spare a thought for Ilara, for the Lord, for the night, and for every medieval soul who, at 3 a.m., faced the true, unglamorous and utterly exhausting dilemma of the chamber pot versus the endless, dark, and utterly unforgiving castle staircase. Chapter 8. The haunted third step. We have, by now, descended and ascended these medieval castle staircases enough times in our imagination to feel the phantom ache in our own muscles, to sense the pervasive chill, and to comprehend the calculated, if not outright cruel, genius of their design. We have witnessed the mundane, yet profound, misery of Ilara the scullery maid, grappling with the chamber pot dilemma, and understood that even the lord of the keep was not exempt from the vertical tyranny. But the enduring legacy of these stone spirals extends beyond physical torment and strategic cunning. It seeps into the realm of folklore, whispered tales by flickering hearths, and the unsettling conviction that some parts of the castle are simply not right. We speak, of course, of the ghostly groans echoing in the stairwells, the cold spots that linger, and the chilling sensation of unseen presences. Tonight, we ponder the spectral inhabitants of the medieval staircase, and with a touch of dry humor, attempt to peel back the veil of the supernatural to reveal a far more prosaic, yet equally profound, source of their eerie reputation. Imagine, if you will, the deep, resonant silence of the castle after the last embers have died down in the great hall hearth, after the guards have changed their watch, and after the moon, if it dares to show its face, casts only the faintest, most unhelpful slivers of light through distant arrow slits. It is an oppressive, all-encompassing silence, broken only by the castle itself. The creak of settling timbers, the rustle of straw from a sleeping animal below, the almost imperceptible drip of water in some hidden recess. In this profound quiet, the human senses, particularly those of a sleep-deprived and anxiety-ridden individual, become acutely, almost painfully, sharpened. Every tiny sound is amplified, every subtle shift in temperature noted, every flicker of shadow transformed into something potentially menacing. This, my dear restless listeners, is the perfect breeding ground for ghosts. Consider our poor knight Sir Reginald, called to arms yet again at 3 a.m. by the sudden, entirely unfounded alarm of a nervous sentry. He is armored, yes, but heavy with sleep and the previous night's ale. As he begins his urgent, clanking descent down the main spiral staircase, his breath, already labored from the exertion, comes in ragged gasps. Each exhalation Each grunt of effort as his mailed boots find purchase on the uneven steps echoes in the stone well, bouncing off the curving walls, distorted and amplified by the confined space. His armor, an acoustic nightmare, clanks and scrapes with every movement, a symphony of metallic suffering, when he reaches that particularly worn third step, the one just before the sharpest turn, where exhaustion always seems to settle deepest in the lungs. He might emit a low, involuntary groan, a deep, resonant rumble born of sheer weariness. This groan, traveling upwards and downwards, absorbed and then released by the cold stone, would hang in the air long after he passed, a phantom lament. Now, imagine the scullery maid Elara on her return journey up from the kitchen, having successfully navigated the perils of the chamber pot dilemma, now laden with a bucket of hot steaming water. Her small flickering candle provides minimal light, and her mind, frayed by perpetual fatigue, is a canvas for suggestion. As she ascends, her own breathing is shallow and strained, perhaps punctuated by quiet, almost guttural, sighs of profound weariness. Her bare feet, or perhaps her thin clogs, make a softer thud than the knight's boots, but her movements are slow, deliberate, each step a mini-struggle. As she rounds a bend, perhaps that same third step where the air always feels particularly heavy, she might pause for a moment, leaning against the cold newel, just to catch her breath. In that strained silence, her chest heaving, she might hear a faint, drawn-out sound, a low moan carried on the draft. It's not a ghost, of course. It's simply the residual echo of Sir Reginald's earlier groan, or perhaps the almost inaudible sigh of another servant returning from an errand, a sound so faint and drawn out by the acoustics that it becomes utterly disembodied. And in her heightened state of exhaustion, in the oppressive darkness, this mundane sound transforms into something chilling, something unearthly. The constant dampness and drafts inherent to medieval castles also played a crucial role. A sudden gust of wind snaking through an unseen crack in the masonry could extinguish a candle, plunging the traveler into absolute, terrifying darkness, sending a shiver not just of cold, but of primal fear down the spine. The very stone itself, contracting and expanding with temperature changes, would produce creaks and groans that sounded uncannily like distant footsteps or whispers. The castle was a living, breathing entity, constantly settling, shifting, and vocalizing in its own ancient, stony tongue. But to a tired, superstitious mind, these were not the sounds of physics. They were the mournful cries of the departed, the restless movements of spirits trapped within the walls. Consider the human propensity for pattern recognition, even where no pattern exists. When multiple individuals, over months and years, experience similar moments of profound fatigue at the same points on a long staircase, their groans, their stumbles, their whispered curses, begin to coalesce into a localized legend. Beware the third step on the North Tower stair, one might warn, for it is there the poor cook Elwyn broke his neck, and his sorrowful spirit still sighs on cold nights. The truth, of course, was that Elwyn, like countless others, simply stumbled due to exhaustion on an uneven step, and the sigh heard later was just another tired soul catching their breath. But the human mind prefers a dramatic narrative to the mundane reality of aching joints and insufficient light. The architecture itself facilitated these supernatural beliefs. The spiral nature of the staircases created a sense of endlessness, perpetual turning that disoriented the mind, blurring the lines between waking and dreaming, between reality and illusion. The lack of visual reference points in the darkness meant that the brain struggled to make sense of its surroundings, often filling in the blanks with the terrifying. A fleeting shadow might become a lurking figure, a faint echo, a whispered warning. The very air, cold and stagnant in the stairwells, often carried peculiar smells, the musty odor of old stone, the faint tang of decay from damp earth, the lingering scent of unwashed bodies, all of which could contribute to a sense of unease and the impression of an unholy presence. Even the occasional, deliberate silence of a guard, perhaps pausing for a moment's rest or attempting to move stealthily, could be interpreted as something sinister. The sudden cessation of expected sounds, followed by the equally sudden resumption, would be unsettling. Imagine a guard, exhausted and cold, leaning against the newel, allowing his eyes to close for a brief, stolen moment of repose, his breathing deep and slow. To someone passing him by in the gloom, barely discernible, this figure might appear motionless, almost lifeless, until a sudden, profound snore or a jolt of his body breaks the eerie tableau. A quickening of the heart, a surge of adrenaline, and suddenly, the tale of the spectral sentry is born. The truth is, medieval castles, by their very nature, were intensely physical environments. They demanded constant exertion from everyone within their walls. The cold, the damp, the darkness, the incessant physical labor, and the ever-present threat of disease or conflict meant that the inhabitants lived lives of perpetual, low-level stress and profound fatigue. Their bodies were constantly protesting, their minds were often overtaxed, and their imaginations, fueled by superstition and the absence of scientific understanding, were primed to interpret the mundane as the miraculous or the terrifying. A sigh was not just a sigh, it was a ghost. A creak was not just a creak, it was a restless spirit. A cold draught was not just a cold draught, it was the chill of the grave. So, the next time you hear a tale of a haunted medieval castle staircase, of the mournful groans that echo after dark, or the chilling touch of an unseen hand, remember our phantom companions. Remember the tired knight, his armor clanking, his breath catching in his throat on that third step. Remember Elara, clinging to her candle, her weary body protesting every agonizing ascent. Remember the sheer, unglamorous, and utterly exhausting reality of life within those formidable walls. The ghosts of the medieval castle staircases were not ethereal beings from another realm. They were the very real, very human sounds of misery, of exhaustion, of cold, and of the profound, unending weariness that characterized daily existence within a stone fortress. Their groans were the groans of the living, trapped not by specters, but by the relentless, unyielding architecture that made them weep, not out of fear of the supernatural, but from the simple, crushing burden of having to climb yet another step at 3 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 9. The curse of the Drafty Tower. We have, in our increasingly intimate acquaintance with the medieval castle, plumbed the depths of its architectural malevolence. From the dizzying spirals and the right-handed advantage to the truly ignominious chamber pot dilemma. We have even encountered the phantom groans that, upon closer inspection, turn out to be merely the echoes of exhausted knights catching their breath. But there remains another, less discussed, yet equally pervasive torment woven into the very fabric of these formidable structures, the relentless, bone-chilling cold that seemed to emanate directly from the stone itself, and which found its most potent expression within the castle's vertical arteries, its stairwells. Tonight, my dear restless listeners, we shall shiver our way through the curse of the Drafty Tower, and understand why, on a particularly blustery night, sleep was not merely difficult, but an utterly impossible dream within these supposedly secure walls. Imagine, if you will, the deepest, darkest hour of a medieval winter's night. The kind of cold that seems to bypass cloth and flesh entirely, going straight for the marrow. Outside, the wind howls, a mournful, relentless banshee wailing around the stone battlements, rattling the few remaining shutters and tearing at any loose thatch or banner. Inside the castle walls, in the great hall, perhaps a fire still smolders, casting a last dying ember glow on sleeping figures huddled together for warmth. But venture away from that dwindling warmth, into the labyrinthine corridors and, most particularly, into the stairwells, and you enter a different realm entirely. A realm of ceaseless drafts, of air currents that seem to defy logic, and a pervasive, insidious cold that turned every ascent and descent into an act of physical and thermal endurance. The architects, in their single-minded pursuit of impregnability, made choices that were utterly disastrous for internal comfort. Arrow slits, those narrow vertical apertures designed for archers to fire outwards, were, by their very nature, unglazed openings to the outside world. They were ventilation shafts in winter, conduits for an icy breath that never ceased. And while a few might be found in living quarters, their true proliferation was in defensive positions. The guard towers, the battlements, and inevitably, the stairwells that connected them. Each arrow slit became a gaping mouth, swallowing the furious wind and exhaling it into the enclosed space of the spiral, funneling it downwards or drawing it upwards, depending on the prevailing pressure systems. Then there were the doors, thick, heavy wooden doors, studded with iron and often reinforced with internal bars. They were designed for security, to thwart ramming, not to seal perfectly against the elements. Gaps, sometimes surprisingly wide, existed around their edges. Under the assault of a strong wind, these gaps became literal flutes, whistling a mournful, high-pitched tune that permeated the entire tower. Imagine trying to sleep with a constant, shrill whistling just beyond your chamber wall. A sound that rose and fell with the external gales, never quite disappearing. Always a chilling reminder of the elemental war being waged just outside, and often just inside. The very construction of the castle, massive stone walls with no internal insulation beyond, perhaps a thin layer of plaster or tapestries, in the wealthiest chambers, meant that the stone absorbed and radiated cold with an efficiency that would impress a modern refrigeration engineer. The stairwells, being essentially tall, narrow, unheated shafts of stone, acted as natural chimneys. On a cold, windy night, the chimney effect would be magnified. Cold air would be drawn in through lower openings or arrow slits, and then, as it warmed ever so slightly from the latent heat of bodies or the faint rise of residual warmth from lower levels, it would rise, drawing more cold air in behind it. Or, conversely, a strong wind at the top could force cold air downwards, creating a veritable cascade of icy gusts. The result was a continuous, sometimes violent, flow of freezing air that turned the stairwell into a veritable wind tunnel, a vertical icebox that made even a brief passage through it a chilling ordeal. Consider the poor guard, huddled on watch in a small, unheated chamber adjacent to a main stairwell. His only comfort might be a heavy woolen cloak and the occasional meager warmth from a shared brazier, if he was fortunate enough to have one. But the relentless whistling of the wind through the stairwell door, the constant rattling of its iron fittings, and the persistent drafts snaking through every crevice would conspire to rob him of any real rest. Even during his supposed off-duty hours, he might lie on his straw pallet, shivering uncontrollably, pulling his cloak tighter, but the cold was an intelligent, insidious adversary that found every weakness, every gap in his defenses. The wind, not content with merely chilling him, would play tricks on his mind, mimicking distant shouts, phantom footsteps on the stairs, keeping his already frayed nerves on a constant jangling alert. Sleep was not a possibility. It was a distant, mocking fantasy. And it wasn't just the guards. Imagine a servant sleeping in a dormitory on an upper floor, or a family in a small private chamber situated near a connecting stairwell between towers. The thin wooden doors to their rooms, the gaps around their hinges, the very stone walls themselves, offered scant protection. The sounds of the howling wind, echoing and amplifying in the stone stairwell, would penetrate their sleep with an unnerving clarity. The drafts, seemingly drawn by some unseen force, would snake under the doors, whispering across the floor, raising goosebumps even under layers of rough wool blankets. The very air in their lungs would feel cold, a constant reminder of the elemental battle raging just beyond their immediate space. A good night's sleep on a truly windy, cold night in a medieval castle was a rare, almost mythical occurrence. It was a luxury afforded only to those in the most heavily insulated, centrally located, and best heated, and thus warmest, chambers, which were few and far between. The irony, of course, is that these magnificent fortresses, designed to repel the most formidable of human enemies, were utterly vulnerable to the invisible, relentless assault of the elements. They could keep out an army, but they could not keep out the wind, the damp, or the biting cold. And the stairwells, those defensive marvels, became their greatest internal weakness in this regard. They were necessary conduits, but they were also unceasing sources of misery, transforming the castle's interior into a frigid, acoustic nightmare when the weather turned foul. The defensive genius that shaped their spirals and narrowness also ensured they acted as perfect air conditioning shafts for the bleakest seasons. So when we consider the medieval castle dweller, perhaps stirred from a fitful doze at 3 a.m. by the insistent call of nature or by some urgent summons, their journey down those interminable stairs was not merely a physical challenge of descent and ascent, not merely a navigational puzzle in the dark, and certainly not just a confrontation with the ghostly groans of exhausted comrades. It was a plunge into a vertical ice bath, a gauntlet of howling wind and whistling drafts, a sensory assault of chilling cold that seeped into their very bones, and a constant, maddening auditory torment that ensured any real slumber remained stubbornly out of reach. The curse of the Drafty Tower was not a spell cast by a sorcerer, but an inherent, inescapable reality of medieval architecture, guaranteeing that even within the supposed safety of the castle walls, the inhabitants, much like the tireless wind, would find themselves endlessly, sleeplessly, and profoundly at the mercy of the elements. Chapter 10. The servant's lament. We have, in our winding journey through the stone intestines of the medieval castle, delved into the strategic brilliance of its architects, the calculated cruelty of its defensive design, the particular horrors of midnight privy calls, and even the debunked myth of the lord who never had to lift a leg. But now, as our phantom tour draws to a close, it is time to cast our weary gaze upon the true unsung heroes, or perhaps, more accurately, the perpetually exhausted martyrs of the medieval vertical experience, the servants. These were the unseen souls, the silent, staggering backbone of the castle's daily existence, whose lives were not merely lived within its formidable walls, but rather spent in a ceaseless, unglamorous, and often darkly comic negotiation with its endless, spiraling staircases. This, my dear restless listeners, is a lament, an ode to the forgotten quadriceps and aching backs of those who spent their entire waking lives, and often their sleepless nights, climbing for others. Imagine for a moment the sheer, unadulterated volume of vertical movement required to sustain a medieval castle. It was a self-contained, multi-story ecosystem, where every single necessity of life, every comfort, every scrap of information, every drop of water, had to be transported manually by human power, up and down, around and around, from one level to another. And who performed this Herculean, ceaseless task? Not the Lord, despite his occasional grumbling ascent. Not the knights, whose climbing was often for martial purpose, however brief. No, it was the legions of servants, the scullery maids, the stable boys, the laundresses, the cook's assistants, the chambermaids, the pages, the squires, the porters, the endless hierarchy of unseen hands. Their lives were an unwitting, perpetual exercise regime, a silent testament to the absolute dearth of anything resembling a lift or an escalator. Let us return to Elara, our familiar scullery maid, whom we left contemplating the daunting climb to the mistress's high chamber with a pot of hot water. That single journey in the dead of night was but a fleeting glimpse into her daily, indeed her hourly reality. Consider her morning. Even before the first tentative rays of dawn kissed the battlements, Elara was already stirring. Her first task might be to fetch water for the kitchens, meaning a trip down several flights to the well. Then the arduous journey back up, each bucket of cold, heavy water a dead weight pulling at her arms, straining her shoulders, and making every uneven step a precarious balancing act. This was not a one-time event. Water was constantly needed for cooking, washing, brewing, and cleaning, requiring countless trips. Each bucket was a small personal battle against gravity and fatigue, a battle fought entirely in the dark, cold, damp heart of the stairwell. Then came the wood. The hearths in the great hall, the private solars, and even some of the more important chambers required a constant supply of firewood. Wood, naturally, was stored either in a ground-level woodshed, or more likely in the castle's inner bailey, often far from the main keep. This meant a journey down, then across, then a struggle to load heavy, splintery logs onto her back or into a rough sack, and then the monumental task of hauling them back up, sometimes to the very highest reaches of the castle. Imagine the chafing of the wood against her clothes, the constant fear of tripping, the burning in her lungs with every turn of the spiral. The scent of pine and damp earth would cling to her, a constant reminder of the physical cost of keeping the castle warm. And the food. Oh, the food. From the noisy, bustling kitchens, usually located on the ground floor or in the basement for fire safety and access to supplies, meals had to be transported, steaming and precarious, to the great hall, or for the nobility to private dining chambers often on upper floors. A page, perhaps a young lad named Thomas, no older than 12, might find himself burdened with a tray laden with heavy trenchers, a jug of ale and a platter of roasted meat, trying to navigate the narrow, turning stairs without spilling a single precious morsel, lest he face the wrath of the demanding lord or the even more terrifying cook. Each step required immense concentration, the mind racing. "I don't slip, don't spill, don't let the hot fat slosh. Mind a narrow turn." The weight of the tray, increasing with every upward step, seemed to stretch his arms and pull at his very spirit. Then there was the constant cleaning. Dust, dirt, and straw accumulated with astonishing rapidity in a medieval castle. Fresh rushes for the floors had to be carried up. Soiled rushes had to be carried down. Brooms, buckets of water, and cloths for wiping down dusty tapestries or cold stone walls were all carried by hand, up and down, endlessly. The laundresses, perpetually damp and smelling of lye, would make countless trips carrying heavy bundles of soiled linen down to the washing areas, and then, after hours of scrubbing, haul the still damp, even heavier, clean linen back up to dry in whatever airy space could be found, or return it to the chambers. Their hands were raw, their shoulders permanently stooped from the sheer weight of textiles, and of course the chamber pot dilemma, that glorious recurring theme of medieval life. While the nobility generated the contents, the servants bore the burden of disposal. Imagine not just one chamber pot, but dozens. Every morning, in the dim, cold light, the lowliest servants would embark on a malodorous pilgrimage, carrying sloshing pots of human waste down the spiral staircases, trying desperately not to spill, trying not to breathe too deeply, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity while performing the most undignified of tasks. Each step was a test of nerve, each descent a nauseating exercise in precarious balance. The irony was palpable. The very grandeur of the castle, its multi-storied splendor, created this ceaseless, unpleasant vertical labor, making the servants' lives a continuous, low-grade ordeal of bodily fluids and unglamorous waste. The nobility, from their lofty vantage points, would issue commands with a casual wave of the hand. "Fetch my loot from the guardroom. It is on the lowest level." Send a messenger to the steward. "He is in the accounts chamber." 3 flights above. Bring me fresh wine from the cellar quickly. Each command, seemingly simple, translated into an immediate, physical exertion for someone else. The Lord was not lazy in a moral sense. He was simply efficient in his delegation of gravity. He did not avoid the stairs because he was indolent, but because his very position in society allowed him to offload the vast majority of the vertical burden onto the shoulders and the protesting knees of his retainers. His luxury was built upon their literal legwork, his comfort predicated on their perpetual exhaustion. The constant physical demands sculpted the bodies of these servants in ways that would be both admirable and terrifying to a modern observer. Strong calves, powerful backs, calloused hands, but also prematurely aged joints, persistent aches, and a pervasive bone-deep weariness that no amount of sleep could truly erase. Their lives were a marathon, run daily, not for glory or personal bests, but simply to exist, to survive, to keep the castle ticking. They were the unsung athletes of the medieval world, their triumphs measured not in victories on the battlefield, but in the successful delivery of a hot meal, the unbroken journey of a heavy bucket, or the quiet, clean emptying of 100 chamber pots. The psychological toll was equally profound. The monotony of the stairs, the endless repetition of the same tasks, the constant vigilance against stumbling in the dark, the biting cold of the drafts, the knowledge that tomorrow, and the day after, and every day until death or infirmity would bring more of the same, could grind down the most resilient spirit. Their lament was not a dramatic cry, but a quiet internal groan, a shared, unspoken understanding among themselves that their lives were defined by the endless ascent and descent of these unforgiving stone hellices. They existed in a state of perpetual, low-grade discomfort, a hum of physical complaint that ran beneath the surface of their days. Consider the simple joy of rest, of truly being still. For a servant in a medieval castle, this was a rare commodity. Even when granted a moment of repose, their bodies were too tired, too aching, too accustomed to movement, to fully relax. The memory of the stairs, the phantom sensation of climbing, would linger in their muscles. And when the inevitable urgent call came at 3 a.m., Elara, the mistress requires another hot bath. Their bodies, already on the brink of collapse, would begin the agonizing ritual anew. There was no escaping the stairs. They were their fate, their treadmill, their daily penance. So, when you next gaze upon a majestic medieval castle, standing stoic and proud, remember not only the powerful lords and the brave knights, but also spare a thought for the countless, nameless servants who moved within its mighty walls. Their legacy is not in grand architecture or historical records, but in the subtle hollowed-out dips on ancient stone steps, polished smooth by centuries of desperate climbing, by the unending lament of souls who were simply trying to get from one floor to the next, burdened by the whims of others and utterly, profoundly exhausted. Their curses, whispered in the cold, dark stairwells, remain as potent a historical artifact as any dusty tapestry, a testament to the unglamorous, unceasing, and utterly draining reality of living in a vertical world built for war, not for rest. Chapter 11. The Spiral Staircase Conspiracy. We have, in our persistent phantom exploration of the medieval castle, stumbled through its dark, cold stairwells, felt the phantom ache in our legs, and pondered the practical, if brutal, genius of its architects. We have witnessed the unglamorous realities faced by everyone from the lowliest scullery maid to the most powerful lord, and have even dismissed the spectral groans as mere echoes of profound exhaustion. But as we stand now, mentally breathless at the foot of yet another relentless spiral, a curious, perhaps sleep-deprived, thought might drift into the restless mind. Was there, perhaps, a deeper, more whimsical, or even deliberately perplexing reason for these ceaseless turns? Did the medieval masons, those silent, stone-dust-covered figures, conspire to create staircases designed not just to repel invaders or exhaust servants, but to fundamentally confuse all who traverse them. Perhaps even those who centuries hence might somehow stumble back in time, clad in strange future garb, and find themselves utterly lost within their swirling stone mazes. Or were they, in a more mundane, yet no less frustrating reality, simply not very good at straight lines? The very notion seems absurd, of course. To imagine a conclave of master masons hunched over their plans, not just debating the optimal angle for arrow slits or the thickness of a curtain wall, but also chortling mischievously as they sketched in yet another dizzying spiral, muttering about how this would confound time travelers, or simply make any late-night journey an existential crisis of direction. It is, perhaps, the kind of thought that only takes root at 3 a.m., when logic is stretched thin by fatigue and the mundane feels laden with hidden, malicious intent. Yet, the disorientation induced by these medieval spirals is so profound, so absolute, that one might be forgiven for entertaining such whimsical, if entirely unhistorical, conspiracies. Consider again the psychological impact of the endless turn. A modern staircase, even a winding one, usually has clear landings, windows, or changes in decor that provide visual cues and a sense of progress. A medieval castle staircase, particularly the utilitarian ones tucked away in defensive towers, offered no such comfort. It was a monotonous, continuous coil of stone, each step a mirror image of the last, each turn identical to the one before and the one yet to come. In the pitch darkness, or even in the meager, flickering glow of a tallow candle, any sense of external orientation was immediately lost. Up was merely a continuation of turning, down a reverse spin. Left and right became meaningless concepts within the perpetual curve. You could be spiraling into the earth's core, or ascending to the highest heaven, and you would be equally disoriented. This erasure of intuitive spatial awareness, this constant, subtle undermining of one's internal compass, was undeniably effective, whether for discouraging an enemy or simply driving a resident mildly mad. It was a sensory deprivation chamber that also demanded intense physical exertion. So, could it be that the masons, those practical engineers of stone, somehow intuited this disorienting effect and leveraged it? Did they, perhaps, possess a dry, almost academic sense of humor, finding amusement in the endless silent grumbling of the castle's inhabitants? One could imagine Master Thomas, the principal architect of the West Tower, taking a long, slow draught of ale after a grueling day, observing a weary page stumbling up the newly completed spiral, and offering a knowing wink to his apprentice. "Aye, lad," he might say, "let 'em spin. 'Twill keep their minds from idle thoughts and their legs stout." Such a thought is, of course, a romanticized projection, but it speaks to the frustration these stairs must have engendered. Now, let us drag ourselves back from the delightful abyss of conspiracy and consider the more mundane, yet no less impactful, realities of medieval architecture. Were they simply bad at straight lines? This, too, is a tempting, darkly humorous simplification. The master masons of the medieval period were not unsophisticated brutes. Far from it. They were highly skilled engineers, geometers and craftsmen who built structures of astonishing complexity and durability. They understood loads, stresses, arches, and vaults with an intuitive genius that often rivals modern engineering. The very fact that these massive stone castles have stood for centuries, enduring countless sieges, fires, and the relentless assault of time and weather, is a testament to their profound knowledge and skill. However, building methods and material availability in the medieval era presented significant constraints. Consider a straight staircase, especially a grand one. It requires large, perfectly quarried and dressed blocks of stone for the treads and risers, often of uniform size. More importantly, it requires immense structural support. A straight flight of stairs, particularly one spanning a significant height or gap, necessitates complex load-bearing walls, large arches, or massive corbels to prevent collapse. These support structures would take up considerable space, often wider than the narrow defensive footprint of a tower, and would demand a larger quantity of high-quality, uniformly shaped stone. Quarrying, transporting, and precisely placing such massive perfect blocks was an incredibly laborious and expensive undertaking, far more so than for a spiral stair. A spiral staircase, conversely, is a marvel of self-supporting ingenuity. Each wedge-shaped step, narrower at the central newel and wider at the outer wall, is essentially a cantilevered beam. As one step rests upon the one below it and is firmly keyed into the solid central newel and the outer tower wall, the entire structure becomes a continuous self-reinforcing helix. The weight of each step is transferred downwards and inwards, pressing against the newel, making the whole assembly remarkably stable and strong. This design allowed for incredible height within a relatively small footprint, using smaller, more irregular blocks of stone that were easier to quarry and shape. It was structurally efficient, materially economical, and inherently defensible. No complex internal buttressing or massive arches were required to support its weight. The spiral supported itself. So, it wasn't that medieval masons were bad at straight lines in terms of skill or knowledge. They could, and did, build straight stairs where the context allowed, such as shorter flights within a single hall or within larger, less defensive buildings. But in the context of a tall, narrow, defensive castle tower, where every square inch of space was valuable and every structural element had to contribute to impregnability, the spiral staircase was simply the superior engineering solution. It allowed for maximum height in minimal space, with inherent structural stability, and crucially, a built-in defensive advantage against attackers. The convenience of its inhabitants was, as we've exhaustively explored, simply not a factor in its design. The perceived conspiracy, then, the sense of malicious intent or bewildering design, was not a deliberate act of architectural sadism, nor a preemptive strike against future time travelers. It was a consequence of pragmatic design choices made under severe constraints, the need for impregnability, the limitations of materials and tools, and the sheer economics of building colossal stone structures in a pre-industrial age. The disorientation, the physical toll, the frustrating monotony, these were all side effects, unintended consequences of highly efficient and effective defensive engineering. Yet, to the weary soul climbing these stairs at 3 a.m., candlelight flickering, muscles protesting, the distinction is utterly irrelevant. Whether the mason was a tactical genius or a frustrated artist who couldn't quite master a plumb line for a straight flight, the outcome was the same: a profound, inescapable, and utterly exhausting vertical journey. The constant turning, the irregular steps, the biting drafts, the disorienting darkness all conspired to make one feel as though the very castle itself was playing a cruel trick, twisting not just the path, but one's sense of reality. The idea of a conspiracy, however whimsical, might even be a comforting delusion, imbuing the suffering with a purpose, however absurd. To think that it was all simply for defense, or due to a lack of better options for such tall structures, perhaps made the daily grind even more unbearable in its sheer mundane pointlessness. So, as our phantom tour of the medieval castle staircases draws to a close, and we imagine our own aching calves and disoriented minds, we can perhaps appreciate the intricate dance between necessity and inadvertent torment. The spiral staircase was a masterpiece of medieval engineering, a testament to human ingenuity in the face of warfare. But it was also, for those who lived within its formidable walls, a daily relentless reminder that practicality often comes at the steep cost of comfort, and that the grand designs of history can translate into the most mundane, yet profound, forms of human suffering. Conspiracy, if there was one, was simply the universe's quiet, ironic joke on anyone foolish enough to live in a vertical fortress, enduring that sleep would remain a fragile, often interrupted, and always hard-won victory against the endless, turning, and utterly exhausting stone steps. Chapter 12. The Night Watchman's regret. We have, through the preceding nocturnal chapters, become intimately familiar with the medieval castle staircase. Its dizzying spirals, its cunning design for right-handed defenders, its role in the ignominious chamber pot dilemma, and its subtle psychological warfare. We have, even with a knowing wink, dismissed the spectral groans as mere echoes of profound human exhaustion. But now, as the deepest hour of the night descends, as the castle sleeps its uneasy creaking slumber, we turn our gaze to a soul who knows these stairs perhaps more intimately, more agonizingly than any other: the Night Watchman. His is a tale of relentless routine, of physical torment, and of a mind frayed by solitude and ceaseless vigilance that questions every single life choice that led him to this cold, dark, vertical treadmill. This, my dear restless listeners, is the tragicomic lament of the guard who patrolled the stairs all night, a silent witness to the castle's breathing misery and his own creeping despair. His name was Cynric, though few ever used it. He was simply guard, or sentinel, or a grunted acknowledgment from a passing comrade. Tonight, like so many nights before, and so many yet to come, Cynric was on the keep's tower watch. A duty that involved less heroic standing on battlements scanning horizons for distant armies, and more a soul-crushing, repetitive circuit of the main spiral staircase. His shift had begun hours ago, swallowed by the insatiable maw of the night. The moon, a stingy sliver of white, offered no solace, its light barely penetrating the highest arrow slits, doing little to dispel the profound ink-black gloom of the stairwell itself. It was, of course, 3 o'clock in the morning, that most unholy of hours when the world feels coldest, darkest, and most utterly devoid of hope or purpose. Cynric began his downward leg of the patrol. His boots, heavy with dried mud from the day's chores and the ever-present damp, made a dull, rhythmic thud on the worn stone steps. The sound was his only companion, echoing up and down the winding shaft, a monotonous heartbeat that seemed to mock the frantic pulse in his own temples. He held a small, sputtering tallow lamp, its flame a feeble, yellow eye in the overwhelming darkness. It cast wildly dancing shadows, making the already uneven steps seem to lurch and writhe beneath his feet. Each step, a treacherous wedge, demanded his full, sleep-starved attention. His ankle, perpetually aching from an old training injury, sent a dull throb up his leg with every misstep, every slight twist. His hand, calloused and rough, found the familiar cold grit of the central newel, the massive stone column around which the entire staircase coiled. It was his anchor, his guide, but also a symbol of his captivity. Around and around, always around, the world spinning in an endless cycle of stone and shadow. He knew every groove, every chip, every particularly slick patch of condensation that clung to the outer wall. He knew the specific curve where the draft from the western arrow slit always bit hardest, making him shiver despite his thick wool tunic and cloak. He knew the spot, just above the second landing, where the echoes of footsteps always seemed to linger, a phantom presence following just behind him, a mocking ghost of his own weary self. "God's teeth," he muttered, his voice a hoarse whisper swallowed by the stone. Another turn. His mind, left to its own devices in the grinding monotony, began its familiar nightly descent into regret. He remembered a time, long ago, when he had dreamed of being a forester, of living in a small cottage on the edge of the Lord's woods, smelling pine and damp earth, instead of stale rushes, and the faint, unsettling odor of the garderobe shaft. He would have known the sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the hoot of an owl, not the ceaseless, maddening howl of the wind through stone cracks. He would have walked on soft moss, not unforgiving, bone-jarring rock. He might even have had a wife, a warm hearth, perhaps even a child who would sleep soundly through the night, blissfully unaware of the ceaseless vertical pilgrimage of their father. But no. Poor harvest, a family debt, a hasty decision made in the desperate hope of regular food and a roof over his head. The recruitment sergeant had painted a picture of noble service, of sturdy walls and warm fires, of camaraderie and purpose. He had omitted, quite deliberately, the part about spending half his life climbing, always descending, in pitch darkness, carrying nothing but the leaden weight of his own exhaustion and the bitter taste of regret. He paused, leaning against the newel, a sigh escaping his lips that was less sound and more an exhalation of pure weariness. His legs felt like leaden posts, his calves screaming protests, his eyes, stinging from the cold and the strain of peering into the gloom, swam with phantom shapes. He imagined the master mason, the long-dead architect of this misery. Had he known? Had he, in some ancient, cynical way, understood the suffering he was inscribing into the very heart of his formidable creation? Or was he merely a practical genius, blind to the human cost of his defensive brilliance? Cynric imagined the mason, perhaps a man named Ilara, for irony's sake, dying comfortably in his bed, never having spent a single moonless night traversing the cruel corkscrew he had built. The silence of the castle was not peaceful. It was pregnant with sounds just beyond perception. The drip, drip, drip of moisture from some unseen crack. The distant, faint scurry of rats in the walls. The low, almost inaudible groan of timbers settling, like the castle itself sighing in its sleep. And sometimes, almost imperceptibly, the whisper of the wind through the outer arrow slits, a sound that seemed to snake its way through the very stone, chilling him to the bone. It was a cold that crept in, defying his thick wool, finding every exposed patch of skin, every joint, every muscle. It was the cold of the grave, a constant companion that gnawed at his resolve. He continued his descent, each step a new battle. The narrowness of the stairwell, designed to funnel attackers into a deadly choke point, now merely served to amplify his claustrophobia. He felt boxed in, compressed by the unyielding stone, a mere cog in the castle's massive, grinding mechanism. He imagined an attacker, a strong, right-handed man, their sword arm pinned against the newel, their breathing ragged with exertion and terror. Cynric almost felt a perverse kinship with them, for they too would know the unique, soul-crushing despair of this ascent, this endless, turning path to nowhere. At least for them, it might end quickly. For Cynric, it simply repeated, night after miserable night. He thought of the Lord, warm in his high chamber, perhaps dreaming of banquets and battles. Did the Lord ever consider the physical toll extracted by his castle? Did he ever truly feel the biting cold of the stairwell, the aching muscles, the profound exhaustion that settled into the very marrow of his guards, his servants? Cynric doubted it. Privilege was a thick, insulating blanket, shielding the powerful from the mundane, physical miseries of their subordinates. He was not angry, not truly. Anger required energy, and Cynric had none to spare. Only a deep, pervasive weariness, a resignation that settled heavy in his gut like a stone. Around the 40th step, perhaps the 50th, he lost count. He always lost count. The spiral was designed to be disorienting, and it succeeded admirably. He could be going up or down, or simply spinning in place, and the only proof of his progress was the increasing or decreasing chill in the air and the gradual shift of the invisible drafts. He was a hamster on a wheel, powered by duty and the desperate need for his meager pay. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that rattled in his chest. A hamster, yes, but a hamster that would, eventually, reach the end of its wheel and find only more wheel. His mind conjured up snippets of conversations from the great hall, laughter, distant music. He imagined the steward, perhaps a bit tipsy, making his own final laborious climb to bed, muttering under his breath about the price of ale and the insolence of the peasantry. But the steward would climb once, perhaps twice. Cynric would climb endlessly. His life was a vertical line, drawn by someone else, for someone else's convenience and security. The notion of the castle being haunted no longer seemed so fantastical to him. The groans, the whispers, the cold spots. He knew them well. They were not the sounds of the dead, but the lingering echoes of the living. His own groans, the sighs of his comrades on other shifts, the creak of their armor, the thud of their weary feet. These castle walls absorbed the suffering of generations, trapping it in the stone, playing it back like a mournful song. He was merely adding his own stanza to the endless spectral lament. Perhaps when he was finally laid to rest, his own phantom groan would join the chorus, a faint echo on the third step, or the seventh, or that particularly deep one just before the main guardroom. Finally, a faint, almost imperceptible lightening of the gloom ahead. An arrow slit, higher up, thus catching the first, almost imperceptible, sliver of pre-dawn light. The world was stirring. His shift was nearly over. The relief, a thin, fragile thread of hope, briefly pierced his weariness. He would soon be off duty, able to collapse onto his straw pallet to seek the fleeting oblivion of sleep. But even as the thought formed, another one, grim and inevitable, followed close behind. He would only be sleeping so that he could be rested enough to climb these very same steps again tomorrow night. And the night after that. And the night after that. Cynric reached the bottom of the spiral, the familiar level ground of the lower guardroom. He placed his lamp on a small stone ledge, its weak light illuminating the damp, cold space. Another guard, equally weary, would take over the next segment of the patrol. As he stretched, his muscles screaming in protest, Cynric looked back at the gaping maw of the staircase, twisting upwards into the impenetrable darkness. He had walked its length, felt its cold embrace, and listened to its silent, tormenting whispers. He had questioned every choice, every path not taken. And yet there he was, a human sentinel, bound to the stone, destined to climb, always climb, until the castle itself crumbled or his own body finally gave out. The irony was not lost on him, that the very structure designed to keep others out held him so firmly within its exhausting grip. He was a prisoner of the stairs, a silent martyr to medieval architecture, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, under the weight of his own profound weariness, the only thing he truly regretted was not having chosen a flat field, a simple cottage, and a life lived entirely on level ground. Chapter 13. The Lord who got stuck we have, in our winding, wearying journey through the stone heart of the medieval castle, examined its architectural cleverness, its subtle psychological tortures, and the relentless physical demands it placed upon every soul within its formidable walls, from the lowest scullery maid to the highest lord. Viva explored the reasons for its countless stairs, their defensive advantages, and the simple, undeniable fact that they were never, ever built for comfort. But now, my dear restless listeners, as we delve into perhaps the most darkly comic, yet profoundly ignominious tale of vertical travel, we turn our attention to a particular nobleman whose very body became a testament to the castle's unyielding design, the unfortunate saga of Lord Humbert the Voluminous, a man whose love of the feast became inextricably and hilariously linked to the unyielding geometry of his own fortress. His was a shame, whispered in hushed tones, a historical account that serves as a cautionary tale not against ambition or treachery, but against the insidious creeping of the waistline in an age bereft of personal trainers and accessible wider staircases. Lord Humbert, master of Castle Blackwood, was not, it must be said, a man of slender build. He was, In the vernacular of his age, a man of substance. His appetite was legendary, his feasts prodigious, and his physical exertions, beyond the occasional unavoidable negotiation of a minor step or two within his private apartments, were virtually non-existent. He reveled in the fruits of his land, the rich meats, the buttered breads, the endless flagons of strong ale. And why not? He was a lord. He commanded. Others served. Others climbed. His privilege, as we have already established, allowed him to delegate most of the castle's vertical demands to his long-suffering retinue of servants and guards. Indeed, his corpulence was, in some circles, considered a sign of prosperity, a visible manifestation of his wealth and power. Who but a man of immense resources could afford to consume such quantities and maintain such a magnificent girth? The castle, in its stoic indifference, simply continued to be a monument to defensive engineering, utterly oblivious to the expanding dimensions of its master. The specific staircase that would become the site of Lord Humbert's most profound public humiliation was, of course, the main spiral leading to the great hall. It was not the narrowest in the castle, certainly not compared to the hidden tortuous spirals of the lesser towers. No, this was the primary artery, the ceremonial route, slightly wider than its defensive brethren, designed to accommodate more than a single file of men in armor, though still a far cry from a grand, sweeping modern staircase. It spiraled clockwise, as most did, a testament to the mason's tactical genius, ensuring that any attacking force would find their right arms hampered by the central newel. It was built for efficiency, for defense, for the rapid deployment of men, and most emphatically, not for the expansive passage of a lord whose waistline grew with each passing year, fueled by venison pasties and mulled wine. The fateful day arrived during the visit of Baron von Habsburg, a famously austere and keenly observant diplomat from a neighboring, somewhat less prosperous, realm. The purpose of the visit was a delicate negotiation of a border dispute, a matter requiring the utmost gravitas and a display of power and prestige. Lord Humbert, naturally, had planned a truly lavish feast to impress his guest, a culinary barrage designed to showcase his wealth and intimidate with sheer excess. The feasting had lasted for hours, a parade of roasted beasts, sugared fruits, and rivers of ale. Lord Humbert had, as was his custom, participated with gusto, his face flushed with food and drink, his belly distending even further against the luxurious silk of his tunic. The Baron, by contrast, had eaten sparingly, his eyes sharp as a peregrine falcon's, missing nothing. As the evening wore on, the time came for the formal adjournment of the talks, a ritual that required the Baron and his retinue to be escorted from the great hall up the main spiral staircase to the private solar where a final, more intimate discussion was to take place. Lord Humbert, swollen with self-importance and the contents of his stomach, rose from his high-backed chair with a groan that was less one of weariness and more of profound repletion. He led the procession, a magnificent, if somewhat waddling figure, his rich robes rustling, his gold chains glinting in the torchlight. The initial steps were fine. He ascended slowly, puffing slightly, but maintaining a semblance of dignity. The Baron and his guards followed closely behind, their faces impassive. But then came the second bend, a particularly tight arc where the newel seemed to lean out just a fraction more, and the outer wall seemed to curve in with uncompromising firmness. Lord Humbert paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. He tried to turn, to navigate the bend, but his ample middle, encased in layers of expensive fabric and solidifying digestive matter, met the unyielding stone with a disheartening thud. He tried to pivot, to shift his weight, to angle his body. Nothing. His broad shoulders, combined with his formidable girth, had found the staircase's precise, immutable limit. He was, to put it plainly, stuck. A collective intake of breath rippled through the small procession behind him. The Baron's impassive face flickered, a tiny, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lord Humbert grunted, a sound somewhere between a curse and a desperate plea. He pushed, he pulled, he twisted. His robes bunched, creating even more friction. The gold chains that usually rested so regally upon his chest now pressed uncomfortably into his throat. His face, already red from the feast, deepened to an alarming shade of puce. His breath came in ragged wheezes. The silence, save for his desperate grunting and the rustle of his fabric, was deafening. Ahem, coughed a nervous page, Thomas perhaps, who was bringing up the rear with a tray of sweetmeats. The sweetmeats suddenly seemed ironically cruel. "My lord," ventured Sir Giles, the captain of the guard, stepping forward cautiously, as if approaching a volatile, immovable boulder. "I seem to be temporarily constrained," Lord Humbert wheezed, attempting to maintain a shred of his noble composure, a task proving more difficult than besieging a minor keep. A momentary structural impediment. Simply a snug fit. The Baron's guards, their faces still poker straight, were nonetheless struggling to suppress an unprofessional twitch. It was the kind of situation that, if not for the delicate diplomatic context, would have drawn open laughter. The mighty Lord Humbert, brought low not by a rival army, but by his own generous proportions and the stubborn practicality of his medieval architect. The defensive staircase, designed to thwart invading armies, had found an equally effective, if entirely unintended, use, preventing the passage of an overfed Lord. Attempts to free him commenced. Servants were summoned. Poor Elara, who was likely scrubbing pots in the kitchens, was probably sent for, and arrived with a bucket, utterly unprepared for the spectacle. Various solutions were proposed, each more futile than the last. A strong guard attempted to pull him from behind, only succeeding in eliciting a pained yelp and a fresh torrent of wheezing from the lord. Another suggested pushing from below, which merely wedged him more firmly. The delicate silk of his tunic began to tear, revealing alarming glimpses of padding and underlying girth. "Perhaps," offered the Baron, sagacious, if utterly unhelpful, "advisor, a reduction of form, my lord." The suggestion, delivered with a grave expression, managed to imply both a diet and, perhaps, the unlacing of undergarments, a truly mortifying thought for a nobleman. The situation, instead of being resolved, simply solidified. Lord Humbert was truly irrevocably stuck. The diplomatic talks were, of course, entirely forgotten. The dignity of Castle Blackwood, and indeed the very concept of feudal power, seemed to hang precariously on the wedged, wheezing form of its master. Hours passed. Torches scuttered, casting long, mocking shadows. The servants, initially panicked, then amused, then utterly exhausted, settled into a grim routine of offering comforting, useless platitudes and trying to air out the increasingly stuffy stairwell. Finally, after what felt like an eternity that stretched into the dreaded 3 a.m. hour, a solution, albeit an utterly humiliating one, was devised. There was no dislodging Lord Humbert without risking serious injury to him or significant damage to the structurally sound, albeit narrow, staircase. The only option was to temporarily remove a section of the outer wall. A task of immense labor, and one that would expose the castle's interior to the elements, however briefly. Master Elara, or perhaps his exasperated descendant, the current master mason, was roused from his bed, shaking his head at the sheer idiocy of nobility. With much groaning, straining, and the rhythmic clang of hammers on chisels, a section of the ancient stone wall around the offending bend was carefully, painstakingly removed. The biting night air rushed in, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant regret. It was a crude and undignified extraction, more akin to unearthing a particularly stubborn root than assisting a lord. With a final, explosive pop of ancient mortar and a collective heave, Lord Humbert was at last free, tumbling forward onto the small landing above, gasping for breath, his face slick with sweat, his robes in tatters, and his pride utterly, irrevocably shattered. The Baron von Habsburg, who had observed the entire ignominious spectacle with a quiet, unnerving fascination, merely offered a polite, if chillingly dry, "My lord." Such structural integrity. Truly remarkable. The implication was clear. Your castle might be strong, but your waistline is a strategic liability. The border dispute, it is said, was resolved very much in the Baron's favor. Lord Humbert, too mortified to argue, simply agreed to almost all terms, eager only to escape the scene of his architectural defeat. From that day forward, Lord Humbert, though he still enjoyed his feasts, became a creature of the lower floors. His private solar was relocated to a grander chamber adjacent to the great hall, requiring only a few wide steps. Important meetings were held in the main hall. If he needed to confer with a guard on the battlements, the guard came to him. The tale of his public wedging spread like wildfire, whispered by traveling merchants and gossiping minstrels, forever cementing his reputation not as a great warrior or a shrewd ruler, but as the unfortunate nobleman who got stuck in his own castle stairs. And so, the medieval castle staircase, designed with such single-minded purpose for defense against external foes, found another deeply ironic function, an unyielding, stone-faced arbiter of internal bodily excess. It mattered not if you were an invading foe, a weary servant, or a corpulent lord. The stairs had a way of humbling everyone, reminding them that in the cold, unyielding world of medieval stone, some laws, particularly those of physics and defensive design, simply could not be broken. Lord Humbert's unfortunate encounter was a silent architectural punchline, a testament to the enduring reality that even power, privilege, and prodigious appetites were ultimately no match for the narrow, turning, and utterly unforgiving stairs of a medieval castle. His kingdom's shame was etched not in battle banners, but in the memory of a struggling nobleman wedged firmly between a stone newel and an unyielding wall, a truly ignominious end to a night that began with such grand and ultimately bloated ambition. Chapter 14. The staircase as a torture device we have, in our winding, sometimes breathless exploration of the medieval castle, delved deeply into the practicalities of its design, the calculated cunning of its architects, and the peculiar miseries it inflicted upon its inhabitants. We have felt the phantom ache of the scullery maid's calves, shivered in the night watchman's drafty tower, and even imagined the lord's frustrated grunts as he navigated his own vertical domain. But now, as the castle settles once more into its cold creaking silence, we must confront a darker, more insidious truth. The medieval staircase was not merely an inconvenience, a challenge, or a defensive marvel. In its relentless cumulative impact, it functioned quite effectively as a subtle, protracted torture device, designed not by dungeon masters, but by the very architecture of daily life, slowly, irrevocably, breaking even the hardiest of medieval spirits. Imagine, if you will, not a single journey, not a lone midnight stumble, but a lifetime spent within these formidable stone walls, where every movement between levels, every single necessity, every minor chore or grand decree, was punctuated by the relentless, monotonous ascent or descent of spiral stone steps. The medieval castle dweller, be they humble page or grizzled knight, was a participant in an unwitting perpetual physical trial, a human treadmill dictated by architectural necessity. And the long-term effects of this ceaseless vertical existence were far more profound than mere fatigue. They burrowed deep into the body and, insidiously, into the mind. The physical toll was, of course, the most immediate and undeniable. Knees, those marvels of natural engineering, bore the brunt of it. Every step, particularly the wedge-shaped, uneven ones, placed a symmetrical stress on the joints. The constant turning of the spiral added a subtle twist, a persistent torque that aggravated ligaments and cartilage. Over years, this ceaseless grinding led not just to temporary aches, but to chronic, debilitating pain. Imagine waking each morning, not with the vibrancy of youth, but with the dull throb of perpetually inflamed joints, a constant low-level reminder of the countless climbs and descents yet to come. Gout, arthritis, slipped discs, strained muscles, these were not just ailments. They were the inevitable badges of honor for anyone who lived a full life within castle walls. The hardiest of spirits might scoff at a minor sprain, but a lifetime of chronic, unceasing joint pain could wear down even the most stoic warrior. Their bodies, designed for movement across open fields or in battle, were now confined to the vertical, torturous ballet of the spiral stair. Beyond the joints, there was the sheer, unrelenting fatigue. Modern life offers moments of true rest, of stillness, of horizontal comfort. A medieval castle offered precious little of this. The cold, the damp, the constant drafts from those unglazed arrow slits, even in supposedly private chambers, meant that the body was always expending energy just to stay warm. Add to this the ceaseless demand of stairs, fetching water, carrying firewood, delivering messages, responding to alarms, attending to the Lord's capricious whims at any hour. Sleep, when it came, was often fitful, shallow, and insufficient, perpetually disturbed by the castle's creaking, groaning existence, or by the incessant internal summons to climb. The cumulative sleep deprivation became a form of slow, deliberate torture. The mind, starved of true rest, would grow sluggish, irritable, prone to fits of uncharacteristic melancholy or irrational fear. The world would take on a dreamlike, hazy quality, where the very act of walking seemed like an impossible feat. And then there was the ever-present threat of injury. We have touched upon the peril of the midnight stumble, the fear of breaking a leg in the pitch dark. But this fear was not just for the humble servant. A knight, heavy with mail and weary from training, could easily misstep and twist an ankle, or worse, tumble down several flights, potentially ending his career, his livelihood, or even his life. For any castle dweller, a broken limb in an age without proper medical care was a catastrophic event, often leading to permanent disability or an agonizingly slow death from infection. Thus, every single step was imbued with a low-level, pervasive anxiety, a silent demand for vigilance that never truly ceased. This constant low-level stress, layered upon physical exhaustion and chronic pain, was a psychological strain that few modern individuals could truly comprehend. It was the torture of precariousness, of never truly being safe, even within the supposed sanctuary of one's home. But the most insidious form of torture wrought by the staircase was psychological. It was the torment of monotony and futility. Imagine the rhythmic thud-thud of your own boots, echoing endlessly in the stone well, day after day, year after year. The constant turning which, as we discussed, robbed one of any sense of direction, also eroded one's sense of progress. You were moving, yes, but where? The scenery never changed. The steps were identical, yet subtly different. It was a Sisyphean task rendered in stone, a perpetual climb towards a summit that never truly arrived, only to begin the descent, and then the ascent again. This relentless, unrewarding repetition could wear down the most vibrant spirit, transforming eager youths into resigned, shuffling shadows. The isolation of these journeys, particularly in the deep, oppressive darkness of the night, amplified the psychological toll. A lone figure, clutching a meager candle, ascending or descending into the echoing blackness, was entirely at the mercy of their own thoughts. The mind, deprived of external stimulation, would turn inwards, often descending into realms of anxiety, self-pity, or even a quiet, unsettling madness. Every creak of the ancient stone, every rustle of a distant rat, every mournful howl of the wind through the arrow slits, would be magnified, distorted, and interpreted by a sleep-deprived, stressed mind as something sinister, something supernatural. The haunted third step wasn't a myth. It was the manifestation of a mind pushed to its limits, translating its own exhaustion into spectral whispers. The stairs also served as a constant, tangible reminder of one's place in the castle's hierarchy, or rather, the lack thereof. While the lord might grumble about his own necessary ascents, the vast majority of vertical movement was performed by the servants, for the comfort and convenience of others. This wasn't merely labor, it was a visible, physical manifestation of their servitude. To spend one's life carrying buckets of water, bundles of firewood, trays of food, or most ignominiously, pots of human waste, all necessitated by the multi-tiered design of the castle, was a daily humiliation. It was a constant, unspoken declaration that one's body was a tool, an engine for the castle's ceaseless demands. This lack of agency, this feeling of being bound to the stone, could extinguish the spark of ambition, replacing it with a profound, pervasive sense of resignation. Even for the hardiest of medieval spirits, for the knight who faced battles without flinching, or the lord who commanded his lands with iron will, the castle staircases presented a different kind of challenge. It was not the challenge of overt conflict, but of slow, grinding attrition. The constant physical demands, the never-ending fatigue, the omnipresent chill, the threat of debilitating injury, and the sheer mind-numbing monotony of vertical existence slowly but surely eroded their resilience. Their heroic deeds might take place on the battlements or in the field, but their daily lives, their very physical being, was shaped and worn down by the humble, yet utterly relentless, stone steps within their own stronghold. The castle, in its defensive brilliance, inadvertently became a cage of endless labor, a vertical treadmill from which there was no escape. The architects, in their single-minded pursuit of impregnability, created a living environment that demanded a constant, punishing tax on the human body and spirit. They designed a fortress that could repel an army, but in doing so, they also crafted a domestic space that over years could break even the most unyielding of its inhabitants. Their brilliance, for those who lived within its walls, translated into a profound and enduring misery, a physical and psychological torment disguised as mere architecture. So when we reflect on the medieval castle staircase, let us not merely see it as a relic of the past, or a clever piece of defensive engineering. Let us see it for what it truly was in the daily lives of those who inhabited these formidable structures, a quiet, ceaseless, and utterly effective torture device. It was a testament to the fact that not all torment is wrought in dungeons with thumbscrews and whips. Sometimes, the most brutal forms of suffering are those woven into the very fabric of daily existence, demanding every ounce of strength, every flicker of resolve, until, at 3 a.m., in the cold, dark, and utterly inescapable spiral of stone, even the hardiest of medieval spirits might finally, quietly, break down and weep. Chapter 15. The architect's revenge we have, in our winding, sometimes breathless, exploration of the medieval castle, stumbled through its dark, cold stairwells, felt the phantom ache in our legs, and pondered the practical, if brutal, genius of its architects. We have witnessed the unglamorous realities faced by everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most powerful lord, and have even dismissed the spectral groans as mere echoes of profound exhaustion. But as we stand now, mentally breathless at the foot of yet another relentless spiral, a curious, perhaps sleep-deprived, thought might drift into the restless mind. Was there, perhaps, a deeper, more whimsical, or even deliberately perplexing reason for these ceaseless turns? Did the medieval masons, those silent stone dust-covered figures, conspire to create staircases designed not just to repel invaders or exhaust servants, but to fundamentally confuse all who traverse them. Perhaps even those who, centuries hence, might somehow stumble back in time, clad in strange future garb, and find themselves utterly lost within their swirling stone mazes. Or were they, in a more mundane, yet no less frustrating reality, simply not very good at straight lines? The very notion seems absurd, of course. To imagine a conclave of master masons hunched over their plans, not just debating the optimal angle for arrow slits or the thickness of a curtain wall, but also chortling mischievously as they sketched in yet another dizzying spiral, muttering about how this would confound time travelers or simply make any late-night journey an existential crisis of direction. It is, perhaps, the kind of thought that only takes root at 3 a.m., when logic is stretched thin by fatigue and the mundane feels laden with hidden malicious intent. Yet, the disorientation induced by these medieval spirals is so profound, so absolute, that one might be forgiven for entertaining such whimsical, if entirely unhistorical, conspiracies. Consider again the psychological impact of the endless turn. A modern staircase, even a winding one, usually has clear landings, windows, or changes in decor that provide visual cues and a sense of progress. A medieval castle staircase, particularly the utilitarian ones tucked away in defensive towers, offered no such comfort. It was a monotonous, continuous coil of stone, each step a mirror image of the last, each turn identical to the one before and the one yet to come. In the pitch darkness, or even in the meager, flickering glow of a tallow candle, any sense of external orientation was immediately lost. Up was merely a continuation of turning, down a reverse spin. Left and right became meaningless concepts within the perpetual curve. You could be spiraling into the earth's core, or ascending to the highest heaven, and you would be equally disoriented. This erasure of intuitive spatial awareness, this constant subtle undermining of one's internal compass, was undeniably effective, whether for discouraging an enemy or simply driving a resident mildly mad. It was a sensory deprivation chamber that also demanded intense physical exertion. So, could it be that the masons, those practical engineers of stone, somehow intuited this disorienting effect and leveraged it? Did they perhaps possess a dry, almost academic sense of humor, finding amusement in the endless, silent grumbling of the castle's inhabitants? One could imagine Master Thomas, the principal architect of the West Tower, taking a long, slow draught of ale after a grueling day, observing a weary page stumbling up the newly completed spiral, and offering a knowing wink to his apprentice. "Aye, lad," he might say, "let 'em spin. 'Twill keep their minds from idle thoughts and their legs stout." Such a thought is, of course, a romanticized projection, but it speaks to the frustration these stairs must have engendered. Now, let us drag ourselves back from the delightful abyss of conspiracy and consider the more mundane, yet no less impactful, realities of medieval architecture. Were they simply bad at straight lines? This, too, is a tempting, darkly humorous simplification. The master masons of the medieval period were not unsophisticated brutes. Far from it. They were highly skilled engineers, geometers and craftsmen, who built structures of astonishing complexity and durability. They understood loads, stresses, arches, and vaults with an intuitive genius that often rivals modern engineering. The very fact that these massive stone castles have stood for centuries, enduring countless sieges, fires, and the relentless assault of time and weather, is a testament to their profound knowledge and skill. However, building methods and material availability in the medieval era presented significant constraints. Consider a straight staircase, especially a grand one. It requires large, perfectly quarried and dressed blocks of stone for the treads and risers, often of uniform size. More importantly, it requires immense structural support. A straight flight of stairs, particularly one spanning a significant height or gap, necessitates complex load-bearing walls, large arches, or massive corbels to prevent collapse. These support structures would take up considerable space, often wider than the narrow defensive footprint of a tower, and would demand a larger quantity of high-quality, uniformly shaped stone. Quarrying, transporting, and precisely placing such massive, perfect blocks was an incredibly laborious and expensive undertaking, far more so than for a spiral stair. A spiral staircase, conversely, is a marvel of self-supporting ingenuity. Each wedge-shaped step, narrower at the central newel and wider at the outer wall, is essentially a cantilevered beam. As one step rests upon the one below it and is firmly keyed into the solid central newel and the outer tower wall, the entire structure becomes a continuous, self-reinforcing helix. The weight of each step is transferred downwards and inwards, pressing against the newel, making the whole assembly remarkably stable and strong. This design allowed for incredible height within a relatively small footprint, using smaller, more irregular blocks of stone that were easier to quarry and shape. It was structurally efficient, materially economical, and inherently defensible. No complex internal buttressing or massive arches were required to support its weight. The spiral supported itself. So, it wasn't that medieval masons were bad at straight lines in terms of skill or knowledge. They could, and did, build straight stairs where the context allowed, such as shorter flights within a single hall or within larger, less defensive buildings. But in the context of a tall, narrow, defensive castle tower, where every square inch of space was valuable and every structural element had to contribute to impregnability, the spiral staircase was simply the superior engineering solution. It allowed for maximum height in minimal space, with inherent structural stability and, crucially, a built-in defensive advantage against attackers. The convenience of its inhabitants was, as we've exhaustively explored, simply not a factor in its design. The perceived conspiracy, then, the sense of malicious intent or bewildering design, was not a deliberate act of architectural sadism, nor a preemptive strike against future time travelers. It was a consequence of pragmatic design choices made under severe constraints. The need for impregnability, the limitations of materials and tools, and the sheer economics of building colossal stone structures in a pre-industrial age. The disorientation, the physical toll, the frustrating monotony, these were all side effects, unintended consequences, of highly efficient and effective defensive engineering. Yet, to the weary soul climbing these stairs at 3 a.m., candlelight flickering, muscles protesting, the distinction is utterly irrelevant. Whether the mason was a tactical genius or a frustrated artist who couldn't quite master a plumb line for a straight flight, the outcome was the same: a profound, inescapable, and utterly exhausting vertical journey. The constant turning, the irregular steps, the biting drafts, the disorienting darkness, all conspired to make one feel as though the very castle itself was playing a cruel trick, twisting not just the path, but one's sense of reality. The idea of a conspiracy, however whimsical, might even be a comforting delusion, imbuing the suffering with a purpose, however absurd. To think that it was all simply for defense, or due to a lack of better options for such tall structures, perhaps made the daily grind even more unbearable in its sheer, mundane pointlessness. But let us lean into the notion of the architect's revenge, if only for the dark humor it provides. Imagine Master Elara, the grand architect, perhaps having just endured a particularly difficult meeting with a demanding lord, one who insisted on yet another unnecessary turret, or a wider, more flamboyant portcullis. He returns to his drawing board, quill in hand, a sly glint in his eye. He begins to sketch the plans for the new watchtower's main stair, and with a subtle flourish, he makes one step ever so slightly taller than the rest, then another slightly shorter, and then with a final mischievous grin, adds an extra half-turn to the spiral that serves no defensive purpose whatsoever, save for ensuring maximum disorientation. He doesn't add a whole new flight, that would be too obvious. No. The true genius of this revenge is its subtlety. It's the step that's justy off. The turn that's justy a little too tight. The illusion that you've been climbing for an eternity, only to find you're still on the same floor. It's the cumulative effect of hundreds of these minor imperfections, these deliberate acts of architectural passive aggression that truly break a spirit. And it worked. Oh, it worked splendidly. It worked on the invading soldiers who, even if they bypassed traps and fought bravely, would find their sense of direction, and eventually their will, collapsing under the relentless, disorienting turns. It worked on the visiting envoys who, after hours of winding through the castle's innards, would arrive at the Lord's chamber, red-faced, breathless, and too flustered to negotiate effectively. And it worked most exquisitely on the castle's own inhabitants, particularly at 3 o'clock in the morning. For Elara, the scullery maid, stumbling upwards with her chamber pot, the revenge was evident in the step that always seemed to catch her toe, or the bend where the candle flame always flickered dangerously, threatening to plunge her into absolute darkness. For Cynric, the night watchman, patrolling his endless circular beat, the revenge was in the way the stairs seemed to expand and contract, defying logic, making him question his sanity as he lost count of his own footsteps, wondering if he was truly progressing or simply spiraling into a waking night. For the portly lord, perhaps recovering from a particularly lavish feast, the revenge manifested in the indignity of having to squeeze through a particularly narrow turn, or the sudden, sharp pain in his gout-ridden knee, on a riser that felt inexplicably higher than the last. The masons in this fanciful reimagining were not merely engineers of stone. They were subtle engineers of human misery. Their revenge was etched into every uneven tread, every disorienting curve, every unyielding newel. It was a silent, stone-cold joke spanning centuries, a practical prank on all of humanity, designed to ensure that even 1,000 years later, a restless soul pondering the mysteries of the medieval past would feel a sympathetic ache in their calves, and a profound sense of exasperation when contemplating why exactly medieval castles had so many stairs, and why, without a doubt, they would make you cry climbing them at 3 a.m. So as our phantom tour of the medieval castle staircases draws to a close, and we imagine our own aching calves and disoriented minds, we can perhaps appreciate the intricate dance between necessity and inadvertent torment. The spiral staircase was a masterpiece of medieval engineering, a testament to human ingenuity in the face of warfare. But it was also, for those who lived within its formidable walls, a daily, relentless reminder that practicality often comes at the steep cost of comfort, and that the grand designs of history can translate into the most mundane, yet profound, forms of human suffering. The conspiracy, if there was one, was simply the universe's quiet, ironic joke on anyone foolish enough to live in a vertical fortress, ensuring that sleep would remain a fragile, often interrupted, and always hard-won victory against the endless, turning, and utterly exhausting stone steps. Chapter 16. The ghosts of tripped merchants we have, in our winding, sometimes breathless, exploration of the medieval castle, plumbed the depths of its architectural malevolence, its calculated cruelty, and the peculiar miseries it inflicted upon its inhabitants, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most powerful lord. We have even, with a knowing wink, dismissed the spectral groans as mere echoes of profound exhaustion, and found a whimsical, if unproven, conspiracy in the architect's mischievous designs. But now, as the castle settles once more into its cold, creaking silence, we turn our gaze to a different breed of unfortunate soul who often found themselves caught in the vertical tyranny of the spiral staircase. The wealthy merchant, For while battles and sieges brought grand, dramatic deaths, the castle stairs offered a more mundane, and arguably more humiliating, demise. Tonight, my dear restless listeners, we shall delve into the whispered legends of those prosperous traders who, in their final flailing moments, may well have cursed not their rivals or their enemies, but the very stones that sent them tumbling to an undignified, untimely end. Imagine, if you will, Master Earwolf, a merchant of considerable renown, his belly as full as his coin purse, his garments of the finest wool and linen, perhaps even adorned with a touch of imported silk. He arrived at the castle gates, not with a war band, but with a caravan laden with exotic spices from the east, luxurious furs from the northern forests, and perhaps a casket of rare, potent wines. His purpose: to secure a lucrative trade agreement with the Lord, to impress upon him the quality of his wares, and perhaps, with a well-placed bribe or two, to outmaneuver his less enterprising rivals. Master Earwolf was a man accustomed to comfort, to broad, level roads, to soft beds, and to having his every whim anticipated and catered to by a retinue of diligent, if slightly obsequious, servants. He certainly was not accustomed to physical exertion, least of all a clandestine, stumbling journey through a pitch-black winding stone tube. His arrival had been suitably grand, heralded by trumpets, or at least a single, rather flatulent horn blast from a guard, and a flurry of activity at the gatehouse. He had been ushered into the bustling outer bailey, his eyes, accustomed to the dim glow of his counting-house, blinking at the sheer scale of the stone fortress. The initial impressions were, of course, impressive. The high walls, the formidable gates, the aura of impenetrable power. But as he was led deeper within, through a series of increasingly narrow archways and into the inner bailey, a subtle unease began to creep in. The air grew colder, damper. The grand scale gave way to utilitarian starkness. And then he was directed towards a particular tower, not the main keep with its grand, if still winding, spiral, but a smaller, subsidiary tower that housed the Lord's private solar, where the more sensitive negotiations often took place. And to reach it, one had to ascend. The steward, a gaunt man with perpetually tired eyes, led the way, his steps quick and practiced, his single tallow lamp casting more shadow than light. Master Earwolf, laden not just with his own considerable bulk, but also with a small heavy velvet pouch filled with gold coin, a customary, unspoken gift for the Lord's favor, began the ascent. His boots, fine leather but utterly unsuited for the uneven terrain, found the first wedge-shaped step. He grunted, a sound of surprise rather than effort. This was not a wide, stately approach to a cathedral or a guild hall. This was a utilitarian corkscrew, narrow and relentless, designed, as we know, for defense, not for the delicate sensibilities of a well-fed merchant. The initial turns were manageable, if somewhat jarring. But the air grew colder, the darkness more profound, the candle's flame a nervous, flickering sentinel against the encroaching gloom. The steward offered no conversation, only the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of his own ascent, a maddeningly consistent sound that seemed to mock Earwolf's increasingly labored breathing. Earwolf's fine wool cloak, heavy and restrictive, snagged on the rough stone wall. He cursed under his breath, a low sound that was quickly swallowed by the cavernous stairwell. He found himself constantly adjusting his grip on the central newel, that cold, unforgiving pillar around which the entire structure spiraled. His left hand, trying to maintain some purchase, scraped against the rough stone, leaving a faint, stinging abrasion. The uneven steps, those charming medieval imperfections we have so frequently lamented, became devilish traps for his unaccustomed gait. One step was too shallow, throwing his balance forward. The next, surprisingly deep, caused his knee to jar painfully. He was unused to such physical demands. His days were spent at tables, over ledgers, on the back of a plump, slow-moving mule. His muscles, accustomed to ease, screamed protests. His breath came in ragged gasps, each exhalation puffing visible vapor in the frigid air. The turns became a dizzying torment. Which way was up? Which way was down? He lost all sense of direction. Relying solely on the faint light from the steward's lamp above him, a tiny, unreachable beacon in the oppressive blackness. The velvet pouch, swinging heavily at his side, seemed to gain weight with every upward step, pulling at his already straining shoulder. This gold, meant to secure his fortune, now felt like a leaden anchor dragging him back into the cold, damp depths of the castle. He could hear his own heart pounding in his ears, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the castle's silent, creaking existence. Midway up, perhaps around the turn that always seemed particularly sharp, the steward paused briefly, perhaps to listen, or simply to catch his own breath, which he discreetly held. The tiny light from his lamp momentarily dipped, then steadied. But in that fleeting moment, in the near absolute darkness, Master Earwolf's foot, heavy and uncertain, found the narrow edge of a wedge-shaped step. His fine leather boot, with its smooth sole, offered no traction. A gasp escaped his lips, a sound halfway between surprise and terror. His body lurched forward, an ungainly, heavy mass caught by gravity's irresistible pull. He flailed, his arms windmill-like, the heavy velvet pouch of gold swinging violently, then striking the unyielding stone newel with a sickening thud. The coins within jingled, a brief, mocking song of his impending doom. His other hand, reaching desperately for the outer wall, found only cold, damp stone that offered no purchase. His leg buckled, his ankle twisted, and with a grunt that quickly became a strangled gurgle, Master Earwolf tumbled. He didn't merely fall a step or two. The spiral, designed to funnel and disorient, ensured a more spectacular, and ultimately more fatal, descent. He rolled, a heavy, velvet-clad barrel, down several turns of the stone helix, his body striking each uneven step with a sickening series of thuds and scrapes. The sound of his descent was a grotesque symphony of clanking coins, rustling fabric, and the sickening crack of bone against unyielding stone. The steward, turning at the sudden clamor, saw only a fleeting dark blur, followed by the awful final stillness at the bottom of the well. And in that brief, agonizing eternity of his descent, in the fleeting moment before oblivion claimed him, Master Earwolf's final thought was not of his wife, or his children, or even the vast fortune he was leaving behind. No, in that purest, most unvarnished moment of terror and betrayal, his mind, stripped bare by the brutal reality of his situation, formed a single, eloquent and profoundly undignified curse. It was not against a rival merchant, nor a thieving brigand, nor even a treacherous lord. It was against the very staircase itself. Curse this twisting, stone-cold monstrosity, he might have gurgled, or perhaps with a final desperate burst of air. May these accursed steps be eternally cold and uneven for all who dare ascend them. And then silence. A profound, chilling silence, broken only by the distant, terrified whimpering of the steward, who now had to explain to the lord why his lucrative trade deal had quite literally fallen through. And so, my dear restless listeners, the legend was born, not of a heroic knight fallen in battle, nor a noble woman tragically lost to illness, but of Master Earwolf, the wealthy merchant whose greed for gain led him not to a glorious end, but to an ignominious tumble down the castle stairs. Servants, shivering in their pallets, would whisper the tale in hushed tones, particularly on windy nights when the castle groaned and sighed. Some claimed they could still hear the phantom jingle of his gold pouch clanking against the stone on particularly cold turns, or the lingering echo of his exasperated grunt, perhaps even the faint ghostly whisper of his final bitter curse against the very architecture that betrayed him. The castle's inhabitants, accustomed to their own ceaseless stair-bound misery, found a grim satisfaction in the tale. It was proof, if any were needed, that the castle's merciless design spared no one, not even the wealthy and privileged. The staircase was the great equalizer, demonstrating that all the gold in the world could not protect you from gravity, uneven steps, and the general inconvenient reality of medieval life. The castle, in its silent, unyielding wisdom, had administered its own peculiar brand of justice, proving that its formidable defenses worked not just against invading armies, but also, quite effectively, against clumsy commerce. So the next time you visit a medieval castle and gaze upon its ancient, worn spiral staircases, spare a thought not just for the valiant knights and the weary servants, but for the ghosts of tripped merchants. Listen closely in the quiet, for you might just hear the faint ethereal clink of phantom coins, or a mournful, exasperated sigh carried on the cold draught, a timeless lament from a soul who, in their final moments, realized that the greatest danger in a medieval castle wasn't always a sword, but often simply the next step. Their tragedy, for us, is a darkly humorous reminder of the profound, unglamorous truths that lay hidden within the very stones of these imposing yet utterly inconvenient historical fortresses. Chapter 17. The stairwell echo chamber we have, in our winding, sometimes breathless, exploration of the medieval castle, plumbed the depths of its architectural malevolence, its calculated cruelty, and the peculiar miseries it inflicted upon its inhabitants, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most powerful lord. We have even, with a knowing wink, dismissed the spectral groans as mere echoes of profound exhaustion, and found a whimsical, if unproven, conspiracy in the architect's mischievous designs. But now, as the castle settles once more into its cold, creaking silence, we turn our gaze to a different breed of unfortunate soul, who often found themselves caught in the vertical tyranny of the spiral staircase, the wealthy merchant. For while battles and sieges brought grand, dramatic deaths, the castle stairs offered a more mundane, and arguably more humiliating demise. Tonight, my dear restless listeners, we shall delve into the whispered legends of those prosperous traders who, in their final flailing moments, may well have cursed not their rivals or their enemies, but the very stones that sent them tumbling to an undignified, untimely end. Imagine, if you will, Master Earwolf, a merchant of considerable renown, his belly as full as his coin purse, his garments of the finest wool and linen, perhaps even adorned with a touch of imported silk. He arrived at the castle gates not with a warband, but with a caravan laden with exotic spices from the east, luxurious furs from the northern forests, and perhaps a casket of rare potent wines. His purpose? To secure a lucrative trade agreement with the lord, to impress upon him the quality of his wares, and perhaps with a well-placed bribe or two to outmaneuver his less enterprising rivals. Master Earwolf was a man accustomed to comfort, to broad, level roads, to soft beds, and to having his every whim anticipated and catered to by a retinue of diligent, if slightly obsequious, servants. He certainly was not accustomed to physical exertion, least of all a clandestine, stumbling journey through a pitch-black, winding stone tube. His arrival had been suitably grand, heralded by trumpets, or at least a single, rather flatulent horn blast from a guard, and a flurry of activity at the gatehouse. He had been ushered into the bustling outer bailey, his eyes, accustomed to the dim glow of his counting house, blinking at the sheer scale of the stone fortress. The initial impressions were, of course, impressive. The high walls, the formidable gates, the aura of impenetrable power. But as he was led deeper within, through a series of increasingly narrow archways, and into the inner bailey, a subtle unease began to creep in. The air grew colder, damper. The grand scale gave way to utilitarian starkness. And then he was directed towards a particular tower, not the main keep with its grand, if still winding, spiral, but a smaller, subsidiary tower that housed the lord's private solar, where the more sensitive negotiations often took place. And to reach it, One had to ascend. The steward, a gaunt man with perpetually tired eyes, led the way, his steps quick and practiced, his single tallow lamp casting more shadow than light. Master Earwolf, laden not just with his own considerable bulk, but also with a small, heavy velvet pouch filled with gold coin, a customary, unspoken gift for the Lord's favor, began the ascent. His boots, fine leather but utterly unsuited for the uneven terrain, found the first wedge-shaped step. He grunted, a sound of surprise rather than effort. This was not the wide, stately approach to a cathedral or a guild hall. This was a utilitarian corkscrew, narrow and relentless, designed, as we know, for defense, not for the delicate sensibilities of a well-fed merchant. The initial turns were manageable, if somewhat jarring, but the air grew colder, the darkness more profound, the candle's flame a nervous, flickering sentinel against the encroaching gloom. The steward offered no conversation, only the rhythmic thud, thud, thud of his own ascent, a maddeningly consistent sound that seemed to mock Eardwolf's increasingly labored breathing. Eardwolf's fine wool cloak, heavy and restrictive, snagged on the rough stone wall. He cursed under his breath, a low, guttural sound that was quickly swallowed by the cavernous stairwell. He found himself constantly adjusting his grip on the central newel, that cold, unforgiving pillar around which the entire structure spiraled. His left hand, trying to maintain some purchase, scraped against the rough stone, leaving a faint, stinging abrasion. The uneven steps, those charming medieval imperfections we have so frequently lamented, became devilish traps for his unaccustomed gait. One step was too shallow, throwing his balance forward. The next, surprisingly deep, caused his knee to jar painfully. He was unused to such physical demands. His days were spent at tables, over ledgers, on the back of a plump, slow-moving mule. His muscles, accustomed to ease, screamed protests. His breath came in ragged gasps, each exhalation puffing visible vapor in the frigid air. The turns became a dizzying torment. Which way was up? Which way was down? He lost all sense of direction. Relying solely on the faint light from the steward's lamp above him, a tiny, unreachable beacon in the oppressive blackness. The velvet pouch swinging heavily at his side seemed to gain weight with every upward step, pulling at his already straining shoulder. This gold, meant to secure his fortune, now felt like a leaden anchor dragging him back into the cold, damp depths of the castle. He could hear his own heart pounding in his ears, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the castle's silent, creaking existence. Midway up, perhaps around the turn that always seemed particularly sharp, the steward paused briefly, perhaps to listen, or simply to catch his own breath, which he discreetly held. The tiny light from his lamp momentarily dipped, then steadied. But in that fleeting moment in the near absolute darkness, Master Earwolf's foot, heavy and uncertain, found the narrow edge of a wedge-shaped step. His fine leather boot, with its smooth sole, offered no traction. A gasp escaped his lips, a sound halfway between surprise and terror. His body lurched forward, an ungainly heavy mass caught by gravity's irresistible pull. He flailed, his arms windmill-like, the heavy velvet pouch of gold swinging violently, then striking the unyielding stone newel with a sickening thud. The coins within jingled, a brief mocking song of his impending doom. His other hand, reaching desperately for the outer wall, found only cold, damp stone that offered no purchase. His leg buckled, his ankle twisted, and with a grunt that quickly became a strangled gurgle, Master Earwolf tumbled. He didn't merely fall a step or two. The spiral, designed to funnel and disorient, ensured a more spectacular, and ultimately more fatal, descent. He rolled, a heavy, velvet-clad barrel, down several turns of the stone helix, his body striking each uneven step with a sickening series of thuds and scrapes. The sound of his descent was a grotesque symphony of clanking coins, rustling fabric, and the sickening crack of bone against unyielding stone. The steward, turning at the sudden clamor, saw only a fleeting dark blur, followed by the awful final stillness at the bottom of the well. And in that brief, agonizing eternity of his descent, in the fleeting moment before oblivion claimed him, Master Earwolf's final thought was not of his wife, or his children, or even the vast fortune he was leaving behind. No, in that purest, most unvarnished moment of terror and betrayal, his mind, stripped bare by the brutal reality of his situation, formed a single, eloquent, and profoundly undignified curse. It was not against a rival merchant, nor a thieving brigand, nor even a treacherous lord. It was against the very staircase itself. Curse this twisting, stone-cold monstrosity, he might have gurgled, or perhaps, with a final desperate burst of air, may these accursed steps be eternally cold and uneven for all who dare ascend them. And then, silence. A profound, chilling silence, broken only by the distant, terrified whimpering of the steward, who now had to explain to the lord why his lucrative trade deal had quite literally fallen through. And so, my dear restless listeners, the legend was born, not of a heroic knight fallen in battle, nor a noblewoman tragically lost to illness, but of Master Earwolf, the wealthy merchant, whose greed for gain led him not to a glorious end, but to an ignominious tumble down the castle stairs. Servants, shivering in their pallets, would whisper the tale in hushed tones, particularly on windy nights when the castle groaned and sighed. Some claimed they could still hear the phantom jingle of his gold pouch clanking against the stone on particularly cold turns, or the lingering echo of his exasperated grunt, perhaps even the faint, ghostly whisper of his final bitter curse against the very architecture that betrayed him. The castle's inhabitants, accustomed to their own ceaseless stair-bound misery, found a grim satisfaction in the tale. It was proof, if any were needed, that the castle's merciless design spared no one, not even the wealthy and privileged. The staircase was the great equalizer, demonstrating that all the gold in the world could not protect you from gravity, uneven steps, and the general inconvenient reality of medieval life. The castle, in its silent, unyielding wisdom, had administered its own peculiar brand of justice, proving that its formidable defenses worked not just against invading armies, but also quite effectively against clumsy commerce. So, the next time you visit a medieval castle and gaze upon its ancient, worn spiral staircases, spare a thought not just for the valiant knights and the weary servants, but for the ghosts of tripped merchants. Listen closely in the quiet, for you might just hear the faint ethereal clink of phantom coins, or a mournful, exasperated sigh carried on the cold draught, a timeless lament from a soul who, in their final moments, realized that the greatest danger in a medieval castle wasn't always a sword, but often, simply, the next step. Their tragedy, for us, is a darkly humorous reminder of the profound, unglamorous truths that lay hidden within the very stones of these imposing, yet utterly inconvenient, historical fortresses. Chapter 17. The Stairwell echo chamber, having intimately explored the physical, psychological, and even conspiratorial torments of the medieval castle staircase, from the dizzying spirals to the ignominious chamber pot dilemma, and having even commiserated with the ghosts of disgruntled merchants, let us now turn our attention to one of the most insidious forms of nocturnal torment the castle could conjure, the manipulation of sound. For in the profound, consuming silence of a medieval castle at 3 a.m., every midnight whisper, every creak, every distant rustle seemed to reverberate with a life of its own, transforming into something far more sinister, far more personal. It was as if the very stone walls, in their ancient wisdom, sought to amplify not just the mundane sounds of life, but the quiet, gnawing anxieties and the unspoken regrets of anyone foolish enough to traverse their depths in the dead of night. Imagine, if you will, the deep, absolute blackness of the castle stairwell. It is not the kind of dark that feels empty, but rather a thick, palpable presence, almost a velvet shroud that presses against your eyes. In such a void, your other senses, particularly your hearing, become unnervingly acute. Every tiny sound, usually swallowed by the din of daylight activity, now stands out in stark, horrifying relief. And the medieval spiral staircase, with its hard, curving stone walls and lack of any sound-absorbing material like wood or tapestries, was a perfect accidental acoustic marvel. It was, in essence, a giant, stone-lined echo chamber, designed not by intent, but by the immutable laws of physics and the brutal pragmatism of defensive architecture. Consider a simple sound, the thud of a weary boot on an uneven stone step. In an open space, it would be a singular, finite sound. But in the spiral stairwell, that single thud would bounce, reverberate, and multiply. It would travel upwards, then downwards, reflecting off the curving surfaces, creating a delayed, distorted echo that mimicked the sound of another footstep just behind you or just ahead, always slightly out of sync. A lonely guard, patrolling his endless circuit, might hear this phantom echo and pause, straining his ears in the gloom, convinced that a comrade was following him, or perhaps, more terrifyingly, an intruder. His heart would quicken, his grip on his spear would tighten, and he would peer into the impenetrable blackness, only to find nothing but the cold, indifferent stone and the lingering ghost of his own footfall. The stairwell, in its acoustic trickery, played upon his vigilance, transforming solitude into a shared yet entirely illusory experience. Then there are the sounds of the body itself. A ragged sigh, born of profound exhaustion, might escape your lips as you lean against the cold newel. In the open, it would dissipate. But here it would be caught, stretched and amplified, perhaps echoing back as a low moan. A drawn-out groan that sounded utterly disembodied. Your own labored breathing, heavy with effort from the climb, would hiss and rasp against the stone, filling the enclosed space with a sound like a distant wind, or a spectral breath just inches from your ear. A cough, a clearing of the throat, would explode into a cacophony of echoes, startling and unnerving. It was as if the staircase itself was breathing, sighing, and groaning in concert with your own discomfort, mirroring your physical suffering back to you in distorted, unsettling ways. The constant dampness of the castle, and the movement of the stone itself, contributed to this eerie soundscape. Water, perpetually seeping through cracks, would drip, 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 drip into unseen puddles, a maddeningly regular rhythm that seemed to bore directly into the skull. Each drop, amplified by the acoustics, sounded louder than a small stone falling, a persistent, inescapable soundtrack to the night. The massive stone walls, slowly settling over centuries, contracting and expanding with changes in temperature, would groan and creak, sounds that, to a mind primed for dread, seemed uncannily like distant voices or the restless movement of unseen presences. A sudden, sharp crack might be nothing more than a stone shifting, but in the echoing darkness it could sound like a weapon striking. Or a body falling, sending a jolt of terror through the sleep-deprived soul. And then there was the wind. We have already lamented the curse of the Drafty tower, but within the stairwell the wind became a living, vocal entity, snaking through unseen gaps in the masonry, whistling through arrow slits, sighing around the tight turns. The wind's mournful wail would echo and swirl, creating a symphony of phantom voices. It would rise to a high-pitched keen, like a lament, then drop to a low, guttural murmur, like a whispered threat to a medieval mind. Steeped in folklore and superstition, these were not merely air currents. These were the wails of the tormented, the whispers of the dead, the unseen spirits of those who had met their end within the castle walls. And when a sudden gust extinguished a precious tallow lamp plunging the stairwell into absolute blackness. The wind's mournful song would intensify, becoming the only sound in a world that had suddenly become deafeningly, terrifyingly dark. But the true genius of the stairwell echo chamber, and the source of its most insidious torture, lay in its ability to reflect not just external sounds, but the internal landscape of the human mind. In the profound silence and disorienting darkness, with the acoustic distortions playing tricks on the ear, the weary, anxious mind would begin to project its own fears, its own doubts, its own regrets onto the ambient sounds. That faint whisper, echoing around a turn, might not be a ghost. It might be the distorted echo of your own subconscious, dredging up a harsh word you spoke to a loved one, a failed ambition, a moment of weakness you could never quite forgive yourself for. The low groan, reverberating from below, could be your own unvoiced lament about the relentless tedium of your life, the unending demands, the ceaseless cold. The castle staircase became a sounding board for the soul, a physical manifestation of an internal monologue that was, in truth, far more terrifying than any phantom. Cynric, the night watchman, knew this torment intimately. As he ascended his endless spiral, his boots thudding a monotonous rhythm, he would sometimes pause, straining to hear over the incessant thumping of his own heart. Was that a whisper from above? A distant, sorrowful sigh? He would lean against the cold newel, his breath held, only to realize the sound was not coming from another living soul, nor even a true ghost. It was the whisper of his own unspoken thoughts, perhaps the echo of a regret he had tried to bury deep within his consciousness, amplified and thrown back at him by the unyielding stone. Why did you not leave? The echo might seem to ask, or you could have done more. The castle walls, in their acoustic brilliance, became a therapist's couch for the medieval soul, but a cruel and unforgiving one, amplifying every insecurity and regret until they took on a horrifying external reality. The constant, low-level anxiety induced by these acoustic phenomena, layered upon physical exhaustion, chronic cold, and the general precariousness of medieval life, ensured that the castle dwellers rarely knew true peace, even in their sleep. Their bodies ached from the climbing, their minds were weary from the lack of rest, and their spirits were constantly assailed by the auditory illusions of their own formidable, yet utterly inconvenient, home. The staircases, designed for defensive efficiency, inadvertently became psychological prisons, ensuring that anyone, at 3 a.m., would not only cry from exhaustion, but also from the profound, disorienting echo of their own silent despair, reverberating endlessly in the cold, dark, stone-lined spiral of their regret. It was a subtle, yet utterly relentless form of torment, a testament to the fact that sometimes the greatest hauntings are not of spectral beings, but of the very real, very human fears and failures that the darkness and silence allow to manifest, loud and clear, in the echo chamber of the castle stairs. Chapter 18. The Peasant Uprising. Against stairs, we have, in our winding, breathless exploration of the medieval castle, plumbed the depths of its architectural malevolence, its calculated cruelty, and the peculiar miseries it inflicted upon its inhabitants, from the lowliest scullery maid to the most powerful lord. We have even, with a knowing wink, dismissed the spectral groans as mere echoes of profound exhaustion, and found a whimsical, if unproven, conspiracy in the architect's mischievous designs. But now, as the castle settles once more into its cold, creaking silence, we turn our gaze to a different breed of unfortunate soul, who often found themselves caught in the vertical tyranny of the spiral staircase, the wealthy merchant. For while battles and sieges brought grand, dramatic deaths, the castle stairs offered a more mundane, and arguably more humiliating, demise. Tonight, my dear restless listeners, we shall delve into the whispered legends of those prosperous traders who, in their final flailing moments, may well have cursed not their rivals or their enemies, but the very stones that sent them tumbling to an undignified, untimely end. Imagine, if you will, Master Earwolf, a merchant of considerable renown, his belly as full as his coin purse, his garments of the finest wool and linen, perhaps even adorned with a touch of imported silk. He arrived at the castle gates, not with a war band, but with a caravan laden with exotic spices from the east, luxurious furs from the northern forests, and perhaps a casket of rare, potent wines. His purpose, to secure a lucrative trade agreement with the lord, to impress upon him the quality of his wares, and perhaps with a well-placed bribe or two, to outmaneuver his less enterprising rivals. Master Earwolf was a man accustomed to comfort, to broad, level roads, to soft beds, and to having his every whim anticipated and catered to by a retinue of diligent, if slightly obsequious, servants. He certainly was not accustomed to physical exertion, least of all a clandestine, stumbling journey through a pitch-black, winding stone tube. His arrival had been suitably grand, heralded by trumpets, or at least a single, rather flatulent horn blast from a guard, and a flurry of activity at the gatehouse. He had been ushered into the bustling outer bailey, his eyes, accustomed to the dim glow of his counting-house, blinking at the sheer scale of the stone fortress. The initial impressions were, of course, impressive. The high walls, the formidable gates, the aura of impenetrable power. But as he was led deeper within, through a series of increasingly narrow archways and into the inner bailey, a subtle unease began to creep in. The air grew colder, damper. The grand scale gave way to utilitarian starkness. And then he was directed towards a particular tower, not the main keep with its grand, still winding, spiral, but a smaller, subsidiary tower that housed the lord's private solar, where the more sensitive negotiations often took place. And to reach it, one had to ascend. The steward, a gaunt man with perpetually tired eyes, led the way, his steps quick and practiced, his single tallow lamp casting more shadow than light. Master Earwolf, laden not just with his own considerable bulk, but also with a small heavy velvet pouch filled with gold coin, a customary unspoken gift for the lord's favor, began the ascent. His boots, fine leather but utterly unsuited for the uneven terrain, found the first wedge-shaped step. He grunted, a sound of surprise rather than effort. This was not the wide, stately approach to a cathedral or a guild hall. This was a utilitarian corkscrew, narrow and relentless, designed, as we know, for defense, not for the delicate sensibilities of a well-fed merchant. The initial turns were manageable, if somewhat jarring. But the air grew colder, the darkness more profound, the candles' flame a nervous, flickering sentinel against the encroaching gloom. The steward offered no conversation, only the rhythmic thud-thud of his own ascent, a maddeningly consistent sound that seemed to mock Earwolf's increasingly labored breathing. Earwolf's fine wool cloak, heavy and restrictive, snagged on the rough stone wall. He cursed under his breath, a low, guttural sound that was quickly swallowed by the cavernous stairwell. He found himself constantly adjusting his grip on the central newel, that cold, unforgiving pillar around which the entire structure spiraled. His left hand, trying to maintain some purchase, scraped against the rough stone, leaving a faint, stinging abrasion. The uneven steps, those charming medieval imperfections we have so frequently lamented, became devilish traps for his unaccustomed gait. One step was too shallow, throwing his balance forward. The next, surprisingly deep, caused his knee to jar painfully. He was unused to such physical demands. His days were spent at tables, over ledgers, on the back of a plump, slow-moving mule. His muscles, accustomed to ease, screamed protests. His breath came in ragged gasps, each exhalation puffing visible vapor in the frigid air. The turns became a dizzying torment. Which way was up? Which way was down? He lost all sense of direction, relying solely on the faint light from the steward's lamp above him, a tiny, unreachable beacon in the oppressive blackness. The velvet pouch, swinging heavily at his side, seemed to gain weight with every upward step, pulling at his already straining shoulder. This gold, meant to secure his fortune, now felt like a leaden anchor dragging him back into the cold, damp depths of the castle. He could hear his own heart pounding in his ears, a frantic drum against the backdrop of the castle's silent, creaking existence. Midway up, perhaps around the turn that always seemed particularly sharp, the steward paused briefly, perhaps to listen, or simply to catch his own breath, which he discreetly held. The tiny light from his lamp momentarily dipped, then steadied. But in that fleeting moment, in the near absolute darkness, Master Earwolf's foot, heavy and uncertain, found the narrow edge of a wedge-shaped step. His fine leather boot, with its smooth sole, offered no traction. A gasp escaped his lips, a sound halfway between surprise and terror. His body lurched forward, an ungainly, heavy mass caught by gravity's irresistible pull. He flailed, his arms windmill-like, the heavy velvet pouch of gold swinging violently, then striking the unyielding stone newel with a sickening thud. The coins within jingled, a brief, mocking song of his impending doom. His other hand, reaching desperately for the outer wall, found only cold, damp stone that offered no purchase. His leg buckled, his ankle twisted, and with a grunt that quickly became a strangled gurgle, Master Earwolf tumbled. He didn't merely fall a step or two. The spiral, designed to funnel and disorient, ensured a more spectacular and ultimately more fatal descent. He rolled a heavy velvet-clad barrel down several turns of the stone helix, his body striking each uneven step with a sickening series of thuds and scrapes. The sound of his descent was a grotesque symphony of clanking coins, rustling fabric, and the sickening crack of bone against unyielding stone. The steward, turning at the sudden clamor, saw only a fleeting dark blur, followed by the awful final stillness at the bottom of the well. And in that brief agonizing eternity of his descent, in the fleeting moment before oblivion claimed him, Master Earwolf's final thought was not of his wife or his children or even the vast fortune he was leaving behind. No, in that purest, most unvarnished moment of terror and betrayal, his mind, stripped bare by the brutal reality of his situation, formed a single, eloquent, and profoundly undignified curse. It was not against a rival merchant, nor a thieving brigand, nor even a treacherous lord. It was against the very staircase itself. Curse this twisting, stone-cold monstrosity, he might have gurgled, or perhaps with a final desperate burst of air, may these accursed steps be eternally cold and uneven for all who dare ascend them. And then silence, a profound, chilling silence, broken only by the distant, terrified whimpering of the steward, who now had to explain to the lord why his lucrative trade deal had quite literally fallen through. And so, my dear restless listeners, the legend was born. Not of a heroic knight fallen in battle, nor a noble woman tragically lost to illness, but of Master Earwolf, the wealthy merchant, whose greed for gain led him not to a glorious end, but to an ignominious tumble down the castle stairs. Servants, shivering in their pallets, would whisper the tale in hushed tones, particularly on windy nights when the castle groaned and sighed. Some claimed they could still hear the phantom jingle of his gold pouch clanking against the stone on particularly cold turns, or the lingering echo of his exasperated grunt, perhaps even the faint, ghostly whisper of his final bitter curse against the very architecture that betrayed him. The castle's inhabitants, accustomed to their own ceaseless, stair-bound misery, found a grim satisfaction in the tale. It was proof, if any were needed, that the castle's merciless design spared no one, not even the wealthy and privileged. The staircase was the great equalizer, demonstrating that all the gold in the world could not protect you from gravity, uneven steps, and the general inconvenient reality of medieval life. The castle, in its silent, unyielding wisdom, had administered its own peculiar brand of justice, proving that its formidable defenses worked not just against invading armies, but also quite effectively against clumsy commerce. So, the next time you visit a medieval castle and gaze upon its ancient, worn, spiral staircases, spare a thought not just for the valiant knights and the weary servants, but for the ghosts of tripped merchants. Listen closely in the quiet, for you might just hear the faint, ethereal clink of phantom coins or a mournful, exasperated sigh carried on the cold draught, a timeless lament from a soul who, in their final moments, realized that the greatest danger in a medieval castle wasn't always a sword, but often simply the next step. Their tragedy, for us, is a darkly humorous reminder of the profound, unglamorous truths that lay hidden within the very stones of these imposing, yet utterly inconvenient, historical fortresses. Chapter 18. The Peasant Uprising against Stairs, having traversed the very depths of medieval castle discomfort, from the chilling acoustics of the echo chamber to the grim fate of the tripped merchant, we arrive at a perhaps surprising, yet deeply understandable, moment in our imagined history. For centuries, the common folk of these formidable fortresses had endured the staircases, the endless climbs, the crushing burdens, the treacherous darkness, the persistent cold, the indignity of the chamber-pot dilemma. They had grumbled, they had cursed under their breath, they had wept softly at 3 o'clock in the morning, their aching calves a testament to the unyielding stone. But there comes a point, even for the most resigned and downtrodden of souls, when the mundane, persistent misery transmutes into a singular, undeniable grievance, one so absurdly specific that it could only be born of utter, bone-deep exhaustion. And so, my dear restless listeners, we shall delve into the mostly fictional, darkly comic tale of the peasant uprising against stairs, a revolt so fundamentally impractical, so utterly lacking in grand strategic vision, that it was, quite rightly, laughed out of history. The year, let us say, was a particularly brutal one. The winter had been long and biting, the castle's stairwells colder than ever, and the spring thaw brought not relief, but merely more dampness and the pervasive stench of accumulated refuse that clung to every turn of the stone. Elara, our familiar scullery maid, now older, her knees perpetually swollen, had just completed her 4th ascent of the main keep spiral, bearing a heavy basket of damp laundry. A particularly sharp gust of wind, snaking through an unseen arrow slit, had caused her meager candle to gutter, plunging her into momentary, terrifying darkness. Her foot slipped on a patch of slimy condensation, and though she caught herself, clinging to the newel with a desperation born of pure terror, a precious piece of the Lord's finest linen, a shirt embroidered with gold thread, had tumbled from the basket, fluttering down the dizzying well into the unseen gloom below. She stood there, trembling, not just from the cold, but from the raw, unadulterated fury that flared within her. Not at the linen, not at the wind, but at the stairs. Always the stairs. That same morning, Sinric, the night watchman we met earlier, finally completing his shift, had stumbled down the last few steps of the South Tower staircase, his body stiff with cold and fatigue. His lamp had long since given out, and in the absolute blackness he had missed the notoriously uneven 3rd step, sprawling onto the cold stone floor of the guardroom with a muffled grunt. No broken bones, thankfully, but a fresh bruise bloomed on his hip, and a spark of long-simmering resentment ignited in his weary soul. He lay there for a moment, listening to the castle stir, and a single profound thought echoed in his mind, replacing all the usual regrets of his life. There must be a better way. The seeds of revolution, it turns out, are often sown not in grand philosophical treatises, but in aching joints and perpetually damp clothing. Word of Elara's lost linen and Cynric's spectacular fall spread like wildfire through the servants' quarters, adding to 1,000 unspoken grievances. The cook's apprentices, tired of scalding their hands on hot trays, carried up rickety turning steps. The laundresses, their backs bent from hauling water up and down for washing. The pages, whose young legs already buckled under the weight of messages and chamber pots for the lazy nobility. Even the stable hands, who sometimes had to lead small, terrified ponies up shorter, broader service stairs, cursed the constant elevation changes. One evening, gathered in a cramped, smoky corner of the kitchen, their faces grimed with soot and weariness, a spontaneous meeting began. Not of knights debating strategy, but of common folk, tired beyond measure. Young Agnes, the chamberlain's assistant, whose youthful idealism had been slowly crushed by the castle's vertical reality, spoke first, her voice raspy. "My knees, they are but 20 years old, and they feel like 60. How much longer must we climb?" A chorus of grunts and murmurs of agreement. Old Thomas, the head cook, whose girth now made every spiral a personal agony, slammed his fist on a rickety table. "It is the stairs!" "Always the stairs. They are designed by demons, I tell you, to vex the honest man." But what was the solution? Storm the Lord's chamber? Demand higher wages? These were typical peasant demands, fraught with immediate and brutal consequences. But Cynric, still limping, his mind unusually clear from lack of sleep, had a flash of inspiration. "Ramps," he declared, his voice cutting through the gloom. "What we need are ramps, smooth, even surfaces, no steps, a bewildered silence." Then, slowly, a ripple of understanding, followed by a surge of laughter that was half hilarity, half hysteria. Ramps! The sheer, glorious absurdity of it. It wasn't about land or freedom from feudal dues. It was about easier daily living. It was about not having to cry at 3 a.m. when the privy called. It was about the simple, profound desire for a continuous, flat, horizontal path through a world that insisted on being relentlessly vertical. The next morning, emboldened by their shared, unique grievance, a delegation of servants, looking more exhausted than rebellious, gathered at the foot of the great hall's main spiral staircase. Elara, clutching a well-worn splintered broom like a banner, stood beside Cynric, who leaned heavily on a walking stick salvaged from a fallen branch. Behind them stood a motley crew. A few scullery maids, a couple of cook's apprentices with flour dust on their faces, and even a nervous-looking page boy. Their demands were not shouted, but mumbled, their voices rough with chronic fatigue. "We demand easier ascent," Elara rasped, her voice cracking. "No more uneven steps," Cynric added, his bruise throbbing. "Give us smooth passages," cried a laundress, her arms still aching from yesterday's heavy loads. "Ramps," someone else squeaked, the words sounding utterly ridiculous even to their own ears. The lord of the castle, Lord Peregrine, a man known more for his appetite than his intellect, had just descended the very staircase in question, having been summoned by his steward for an urgent yet utterly inconsequential matter of grain stores. He paused, mid-stride, at the unusual gathering, his brow furrowed, his gaze, accustomed to the bowed heads and quiet obedience of his staff, surveyed the weary, defiant faces. "What is this impertinence?" he boomed, his voice echoing in the great hall. "What new grievance has seized your idle minds?" Elara, mustering what little courage remained, stepped forward. "My lord," she began, her voice quivering, "we are tired. Our legs ache. Our backs break. The steps, my lord, the steps are a torment. We beg thee, grant us ramps." Smooth, gentle slopes where we may carry our burdens without fear of falling or weeping in the darkness. Lord Peregrine stared at her, then at Cynric, then at the assembled weary faces. A moment of profound, baffled silence hung in the air. He looked from their earnest, tired expressions to the grand, formidable spiral staircase behind them. The very staircase that had, just yesterday, served to disadvantage a right-handed bandit, placing him at the mercy of the castle guards. The same staircase that just this morning he himself had descended with only a minor grunt of effort, having had his breakfast carried to him by a page. And then it happened. A single, incredulous snort escaped the lord's nostrils. It quickly transmuted into a low chuckle, then a booming laugh that reverberated through the great hall, bouncing off the tapestries and the stone walls. His steward, ever eager to please, joined in. A thin, nervous cackle. The guards, initially perplexed, quickly followed suit, their guffaws echoing the lord's hearty amusement. "Ramps!" Lord Peregrine roared, wiping a tear of mirth from his eye. "You wish for ramps? Are you children, to crawl on all fours? Are you donkeys, to be led up and down a slope? These stairs are a marvel of defense. They have kept us safe from foes. They have stood for centuries. And you wish for gentle slopes?" He shook his head, still chortling, utterly unable to comprehend the profound daily suffering that had led to such a peculiar, unheroic demand. "Begone, and return to your duties, and consider yourselves fortunate that I do not order you to carry stones up those very stairs for such insolence." The peasant uprising against stairs, though noble in its specific, deeply personal misery, was dismissed. It was too absurd for the chroniclers, too mundane for the bards. No songs were sung of the leg-ache's revolt, no epic poems written about the great ramp demand. It was simply a blip, a peculiar, laughable moment in the vast, unwritten history of medieval suffering. The servants, defeated not by sword and shield, but by the sheer incomprehension of their overlord, slowly dispersed, their shoulders slumping, their legs aching, their spirits a little more broken. And so, the medieval castle continued its ceaseless vertical demands. Elara, her knee aching, continued to haul her buckets. Cynric, his hip perpetually bruised, continued his endless solitary patrols. And at 3 a.m., when the world was cold and dark and utterly devoid of comfort, the castle's inhabitants still found themselves stumbling up and down those unforgiving spiral staircases, sometimes weeping, sometimes cursing, sometimes simply emitting a low, mournful groan that would echo in the echo chamber of the stone, a ghostly lament for a world that simply refused to provide a ramp. Their lives remained a quiet, unglamorous, and utterly exhausting testament to the enduring tyranny of medieval architecture, a tale too ordinary, too wearying, and too focused on the mundane misery of daily movement to ever truly make it into the grand annals of history. Chapter 19. Modern Sleepwalkers versus Medieval Stairs. Having intimately explored the physical, psychological, and even conspiratorial torments of the medieval castle staircase, from the dizzying spirals to the ignominious chamber pot dilemma, and having even commiserated with the ghosts of disgruntled merchants, let us now turn our attention to the ultimate clash of eras. What happens when a mind accustomed to the seamless, illuminated ease of the 21st century is suddenly, inexplicably, thrust into the unyielding, treacherous reality of a 12th century castle stairwell, particularly at the ungodly hour of 3 a.m., when the very concept of wakefulness feels like a cruel joke? This, my dear restless listeners, is not merely a thought experiment. It is an exercise in profound, anachronistic despair. A darkly humorous glimpse into the sheer, unmitigated horror a modern sleepwalker would face, stripped of their comforts, and utterly at the mercy of stone. darkness, and an architectural design that cared nothing for convenience. Imagine, if you will, our modern protagonist. Let us call her Alex. Alex is a person of comfortable habits. Her apartment, though perhaps not sprawling, is well lit by motion-sensing LED strips, climate-controlled, and boasts a bathroom just 3 steps from her memory foam mattress. Her biggest nighttime challenge is usually deciding whether to grab a glass of water from the kitchen or just make do until morning. Her sleep is often fragmented by the gentle hum of her phone's notifications, the distant drone of city traffic, or the whirring of her air purifier. But tonight, something is profoundly different. The hum is gone. The gentle glow of the standby light on her television is absent. The air is not merely cool. It is a biting, ancient cold that smells of damp earth and something vaguely mineral. She stirs, a familiar internal alarm announcing the undeniable call of nature. Her first instinct, honed by decades of modernity, is to reach for her phone, to summon that comforting, rectangular beacon of light. But her hand finds only rough, cold stone. Her eyes, accustomed to the ambient light pollution filtering through her blinds, open into an absolute suffocating darkness. Not a darkness where shapes can be discerned, but a true, pre-industrial void, a black so profound it feels like a physical weight against her eyeballs. "Okay," she mutters, her voice a thin, shaky whisper that sounds ridiculously loud in the oppressive silence. "All right. Power's out, happens. Just find the light switch." Her hand sweeps instinctively along the wall, searching for that familiar plastic rectangle. Instead, her fingers graze rough, uneven stone. Then, a massive, unyielding pillar, the central newel. Her bare foot, accustomed to plush carpet, lands on something cold, hard, and uneven. A jolt of pain shoots through her arch. "Ow! What the..." She fumbles, confused. Her mind, still heavily veiled in sleep's haze, struggles to reconcile the sensory input with its established reality. This isn't her apartment. This isn't even a familiar hotel. This is cold and very, very dark. The internal pressure mounts, urging her forward. The only way is out, or perhaps up or down. She recalls a vague, half-formed memory of a castle tour, of grand spiral stairs. This must be it. A medieval castle. At 3 o'clock in the morning. With a bladder that feels like it's about to burst. "Oh, you have got to be kidding me," she whispers, a dry, ironic laugh bubbling up, quickly stifled by the cold dread. The thought of finding a toilet, a flush toilet, in this stone behemoth seems like the most fantastical impossibility. She remembers vague historical tidbits about chamber pots and garderobes. The image of a hole in a wall emptying into a moat flashes through her mind, and a new wave of horror, perhaps even more potent than the fear of falling, washes over her. She begins her tentative descent, her arms outstretched, fingers trailing along the cold, gritty newel. Each step is a blind gamble. The wedge shape, designed for defense, is a nightmare for her modern, flat-footed gait. Her knees, accustomed to the ergonomic comfort of office chairs and the smooth surfaces of paved sidewalks, protest with sharp, unfamiliar aches. "Seriously? No handrail? This isn't even up to modern building codes," she mutters, a truly anachronistic complaint swallowed by the stone. Her socks, thin cotton, offer zero protection against the bone-chilling cold radiating from the stone. Her toes curl instinctively against the rough surface. Her foot lands awkwardly on a step that's unexpectedly shallow. She stumbles, her heart leaping into her throat. A muffled cry escapes her lips. The sound echoes back, distorted, elongated, sounding like a ghostly moan. "Oh, great, now I'm hearing things," she sighs, a long, shaky breath puffing out in the frigid air. The draft, sharp and ceaseless, snakes its way up the stairwell, wrapping around her bare ankles, raising goosebumps along her arms. It smells faintly of damp earth, centuries of dust, and something else, something vaguely organic and unpleasant. The ghosts of old smells. The turns are relentless, one after another, each identical, each disorienting. Up, down, left, right. Her internal compass, usually reliable in a world of street grids and GPS, has utterly failed. She is a modern mind, used to instant feedback and clear pathways, now adrift in a stone corkscrew designed to confuse. The psychological torment of the unending spiral begins to set in. Is this real? Am I still dreaming? Is this some kind of historical escape room, but really badly lit? The ironic humor is a thin shield against the creeping sense of panic. Her legs are starting to burn, her calves feeling like taut ropes. She hasn't done this much climbing since that ill-advised hike a year ago, and that was in daylight, with proper hiking boots and a clear path. The silence, broken only by her own ragged breathing and the thud-thud-thud of her feet, presses in. It's a silence so profound it feels like a presence. She imagines the medieval inhabitants, Elara and Sinric, making this journey countless times, year after year. The sheer, grinding misery of it. And her, after just a few turns, is already on the verge of tears. They built this on purpose, didn't they? She whispers, her voice filled with sudden, bitter understanding. They knew what they were doing. The architect's revenge, indeed. It's not just a physical challenge, it's a profound assault on the modern expectation of effortless convenience. The thought of a modern phone, its screen a blinding rectangle of comfort and information, suddenly appears in her mind like a mirage. How she yearns for that familiar blue light, the gentle vibrate of a notification, anything to break this oppressive, disorienting medieval spell. But her pocket is empty, or perhaps in this imagined reality, the device simply has no signal, no power, nothing to help her. She is utterly terrifyingly alone with the stone, the dark, and her own rapidly depleting resolve. The urge to relieve herself has, by this point, escalated from an insistent whisper to a full-blown, undeniable scream. The chamberpot dilemma, now a very real, very imminent problem. She imagines returning to her cold room, the stench of an unemptied pot lingering for days. No, the garde-robe, as disgusting as it sounds, is the lesser of two evils. But where is it? How many more turns? How many more treacherous steps? A wave of profound exhaustion washes over her, a weariness that goes beyond mere physical exertion. It is the weariness of constant vigilance, of sensory deprivation, of overwhelming discomfort or kainte. She leans against the central newel, its coldness seeping into her back, and lets out a low, involuntary groan. A sound that, in the echoing stairwell, sounds less like her own voice and more like the wail of a tormented soul. The very echo chamber we discussed. Her own regrets, her forgotten anxieties, seem to manifest in the swirling darkness, amplified by the acoustics. She should have brought that water bottle. You should have gone before bed. You should have appreciated your indoor plumbing. She imagines attempting to explain this to a medieval person. My automated climate control unit malfunctioned, and my light-emitting diode personal communication device has no power, so I'm trying to find the waste disposal chute. But the architectural design is causing me extreme spatial disorientation and musculoskeletal distress. They would simply stare, utterly bewildered, then shrug and return to their ceaseless climbing, thinking her a madwoman if they understood her at all. Finally, After what feels like an eternity of blind, agonizing turns, a slightly stronger draft, carrying that faint, unmistakable smell, signals her approach to the garderobe. The relief is so intense it's almost dizzying. She fumbles for the door, pushes it open, and is greeted by a blast of frigid air and the distinct, if unpleasant, reality of her destination. The brief respite is quickly over, and then the daunting prospect of the return journey back up the same equally merciless stairs, in the same profound darkness, with the added chill of post-bladder relief exposure. For a modern sleepwalker, a brief imaginary encounter with the medieval castle staircase at 3 a.m. is not a charming historical novelty. It is a nightmare of epic inconvenience. It is a profound assault on every comfort, every expectation, and every muscle fiber. It would trigger a cascade of complaints. A litany of "this is unacceptable," and "are you serious?" That would be utterly meaningless in a world where such architecture was simply a grim necessity. The experience would leave them not just physically broken, but profoundly, existentially disoriented, perhaps even shedding tears, not of fear, but of sheer, unadulterated, anachronistic frustration. The medieval staircase, it turns out, is truly the ultimate weapon against a good night's sleep, capable of reducing even the most resilient 21st century mind to a whimpering, cold, and utterly bewildered mess. It is a timeless testament to the fact that some historical realities are best left firmly in the past, and that the modern world, for all its flaws, offers the blessed, effortless luxury of a straight, well-lit path to the nearest bathroom, an architectural triumph that medieval souls could only dream of. Chapter 20. A lullaby for the stair-weary. We have, in our relentless, often breathless, journey through the medieval castle, ascended and descended its dizzying spirals countless times. We have felt the phantom ache in our calves, shivered in the relentless drafts, winced at the imagined stumbles, and even shared a quiet anachronistic laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. We have pondered the cold, calculating genius of the architects, the silent suffering of the servants, the indignity of the midnight privy dash, and the profound disorientation inflicted upon everyone from the battle-hardened knight to the hapless modern sleepwalker. Now, as the last faint whispers of the castle's nighttime misery begin to fade, and the promise of a modern morning with its blessed level floors and effortlessly flushing toilets draws near, it is time for a final meditation. A lullaby, perhaps, not to lull you into slumber, but to gently, quietly put to rest the ghost of the medieval staircase in your mind, allowing the weary souls of the past to finally find their rest, even if it was a rest hard-won and rarely complete. Consider, for a final time, the cumulative effect. Not just a day or a week, but a lifetime lived within the vertical tyranny of the stone spiral. Every servant, every guard, every lady, every lord, every child scampering through the corridors, all were bound by the immutable laws of gravity and the unyielding design of their home. Their lives were a ceaseless, unglamorous ballet of ascent and descent. No matter their station, their aches were real, their fatigue profound, their frustration simmering beneath the surface of their medieval stoicism. The castle, for all its formidable strength against external foes, waged a quiet internal war against its own inhabitants. A war of attrition fought one step at a time, in the cold, the dark, and the endless turns. Imagine the scullery maid, Elara, at the end of her days. Her hands, gnarled and raw from scrubbing, would still remember the cold grit of the newel. Her knees, swollen and stiff with chronic pain, would still feel the ghost of the uneven steps. Her dreams, if she still dared to dream, might be of boundless flat meadows bathed in sunlight, where no step ever rose higher than the last, where no burden pulled at her arms, and where the air was sweet and still. Her lament, unspoken in life, would be a quiet sigh, a profound weariness etched into the very lines of her face. She would have known, intimately, the weight of 100 buckets of water, the prickle of 1,000 splinters from firewood, the nauseating slosh of 1,000 chamber pots, all transported by the ceaseless, thankless labor of her own body, up and down, up and down, up and down, through the unending stone corkscrew. And Cynric, the night watchman, his eyes, in old age, perpetually strained from centuries of peering into the gloom. His hearing, perhaps, was sharper than most, attuned to the subtle creaks and groans of the castle, forever listening for the phantom echo of his own lonely footsteps, or the whispered regrets his mind conjured in the echo chamber of the stairwell. His body, stiff and bowed, would carry the memory of countless cold nights of biting draughts, of the dull ache in his hip from that one notorious fall. His longing for a flat field, a simple life lived on level ground, would be a deep, persistent ache in his soul, a quiet, almost poetic rebellion against the vertical confinement that had defined his existence. He would have faced invaders with courage, but the true battles of his life were fought, hour after hour, against the crushing monotony and physical demands of the stone steps themselves. Even the lord who might have scoffed at the peasant uprising for rams would, in his twilight years, perhaps succumb to the very physical realities he sought to avoid. His gout, once a symbol of his feasting and privilege, would become a relentless torment, making every necessary descent to the great hall, every urgent dash to the privy, an act of supreme, grunting effort. He would understand, perhaps for the first time, the quiet misery of his staff, though he would likely never voice it. The castle, in its stoic indifference, treated all its inhabitants from top to bottom with the same unyielding physical demands. It was an equalizer, not through social justice, but through shared, inevitable suffering of the musculature. The medieval castle, in its defensive brilliance, inadvertently became a giant, stone-clad, multi-level treadmill. It honed bodies into lean, enduring machines. But it also relentlessly wore them down, eroding spirit and comfort with the slow, persistent friction of stone against foot, cold against bone, and monotony against mind. It ensured a perpetual state of low-grade discomfort, a constant physical tax on every waking and, indeed, sleeping moment. The very architecture that promised security simultaneously delivered an endless, unglamorous, and profoundly exhausting daily reality. And yet, there is a strange, almost comforting, inevitability to it all. The stairs were not merely obstacles, they were the very arteries of castle life. Without them, the castle could not function. They were the unavoidable cost of security, the price of a formidable defense. They stand today, silent, worn witnesses to centuries of human exertion, their grooves and dips polished by the relentless passage of countless weary feet. They are a testament not just to military strategy, but to the enduring capacity of humans to adapt, to endure, to grumble softly, and to simply keep moving, even when every fiber of their being cries out for a flat surface and a moment of quiet repose. So, as we bring this nocturnal journey to a close, and you, my dear restless listener, perhaps feel the phantom ache in your own calves, or the faint chill of a non-existent draught, let the final image of the medieval staircase settle in your mind. It is not a place of grand battles, nor of romantic encounters, but of quiet, ceaseless toil. It is a monument to the unglamorous truth that the past was, in many ways, needlessly exhausting. It was a world before effortless vertical transportation, a world where even the most basic acts required significant physical output, a world where sleep was a fragile, hard-won victory against the unyielding demands of a life lived, quite literally, step by agonizing step. As you close your eyes, imagine the castle settling for the night. The creaks and groans of the ancient stone are not malevolent spirits, but the soft sighs of a structure that has witnessed centuries of human effort. The echoes in the stairwells are not ghosts, but the lingering resonance of countless whispered curses, of ragged breaths, of the monotonous thud-thud of weary feet. Let those sounds, those distant echoes of human weariness, gently cradle your own restless mind. Allow the sheer, overwhelming exhaustion of the medieval experience to act as a profound historical lullaby. For if the very thought of those endless steps, that biting cold, that dizzying darkness, doesn't make your modern, pampered body yearn for the stillness and comfort of your own bed, then nothing will. And perhaps, just perhaps, the lingering phantom ache in your calves, a sympathetic throb from centuries past, would be the final gentle weight that pulls you, finally, irrevocably, into a deep, uninterrupted, and profoundly horizontal slumber. Good night, my stair-weary friends. May your dreams be of ramps, and level ground, and the glorious effortless ease of a truly quiet, dark, and utterly flat existence.